Hello everyone, welcome to Joyroute-jojo. Today we start a new playlist, new video series on Azure. We start from very basics of Azure and then to the advanced level. To have a systematic order for our video series, we will follow Microsoft official learning page and the order that Microsoft kept in their learning page. So we'll follow the same. So let us start from the syllabus that Microsoft officially given as per April 18, 2025. So till date, this is the latest syllabus that is given from Microsoft. We have five modules here. So these are the modules that are included in the syllabus. So this is the syllabus module given. Five modules are there. We start from manage Azure identities and governance. In that, Microsoft Entra uses and groups, creating user and group, manage user and group properties, manage license and in Microsoft Entra ID, manage external uses. So all that comes under manage Azure identities and governance. Then comes implement manage store, how to manage Azure storage account, configuring Azure files and Azure Blob storage. All that will be considered in the implement and manage store. Then deploy and manage Azure compute resource, implement and manage virtual networking, monitor and maintain Azure resources. So these are the five modules and detailed syllabus is given in this page. So this is the particular page. You can search it in the Google and you can uh, get the syllabus from Google. All right. So to begin with, this is the official Microsoft learning page for the exam AC 104, Microsoft Azure Administrator. In this course, in the Microsoft official learning page, they have given six modules, including prerequisite for Azure Administrator. And these five modules are part of the syllabus. So we start from AC1 for prerequisites for Azure Administrator. So this is the module we start with, and these five are the other module that is part of the Azure exam. And these are the main module that part of the Azure exam, and this is just a preparation module. This is just to get an idea about Azure portal and all. And the actual course starts from here: manage identities and governance in Azure. Anyway, we start from AC1 for prerequisite for Azure Administrator. In this, we will try to understand different management option for Azure. In what all way we can manage Azure. We can manage it through Azure Portal, Azure PowerShell, Azure Command Line Interface, Azure Cloud Shell, and mobile app. So all this way we can manage Azure, and we will navigate to the Azure portal in detail. Then we will learn about the Azure portal dashboard, how you can create a dashboard, export the dashboard, edit the dashboard, all that we will see here. And we will summarize this session. So before we get into that, I would like to say you should have an Azure account, a free account. You will have to create Azure free account. I have already done a video how you can create a Azure free account. I shall add the link in the description. You can follow the same. Once if you create a Azure free account, you get 200 US dollar credit for 30 days. You can utilize this 200 US dollar and create the virtual machine, and you can create all the resources in this portal, and you can learn each and everything related to Azure account. At the same time, you get free services for some 12 months. So 30 days, 200 US dollar credit you get only for 30 days, use for any services. Then 12 months you get limited free services for all these options. And always you have free tier service, Azure App Services functions and DevOps Test Labs, you get it always. So this is what you get with free Azure account. Once you create a free Azure account, you can log in with that user ID and password. Then you log into this Azure portal. So this is the primary way to interact with Azure. Azure portal is the primary way to interact with Azure. Azure, as you know, is a cloud platform. It is a cloud platform that provides the compute, storage, and networking resources needed to build a cloud hosted applications. The Azure portal, which means this particular portal, let you to create and manage all your Azure resources. From this portal, you can manage all your Azure resources. For example, you can set up a new database, increase the compute power of a virtual machine, and monitor your monthly costs. So everything can be done from this Azure portal. So the question arises, is this the only management option for Azure? No, this is not only the management option. We have other management options. So what are they? Tools that are commonly used for day-to-day management and interactions are, first one is Azure portal, which is this particular one. Azure PowerShell and Azure command line interface. We have Azure Cloud Shell, Azure mobile apps. So these are the commonly used day-to-day management and interaction with Azure. Azure portal I have already introduced. Now let us see Azure PowerShell. Azure PowerShell let you to connect to your Azure subscription and manage resources. From your machine itself, from your laptop itself, you can connect to the Azure PowerShell. For that, what you have to do, you have to connect the Windows PowerShell, right click and run as administrator. So Azure PowerShell let you to connect to your Azure subscription and manage resources. So I have opened the Windows PowerShell here in my laptop, and let us just try to connect with Azure. To connect with Azure, this is the command connect AZ account. So I just type it over here. It gives me an error as it is not able to recognize AC connect AC account. This is because we haven't installed the module that is required for the Azure PowerShell. So first you will have to run this. You will have to install the module in your Windows PowerShell. So I'm going to do that. I copy the command from here and paste it over here and click on enter. So this will install the module that is required to connect your PowerShell with Azure account. So it may take some time to install the module in this PowerShell. Let's wait for that. Installation is in process. You could see installing packages required for AC. Now the installation got completed. Let us try to connect to the AC account. For that, this is the uh, command for that, connect AC account. I copy that and paste it here. It will prompt you to provide the credentials, user ID and password for the to connect with Azure account. Let's wait for that. So it is retrieving the subscription for the selection. Now I am connected with the account. Once I am connected with Azure account, we can start work with Azure portal. Let us use this command to get the Azure VM list. So I just use get hyphen azvm. I copy this command and paste it in the PowerShell. Type again get hyphen azvm. This will list all the Azure VM in this particular subscription. Yeah, I have got 3 virtual machines. One is in the name of DC1, the other one is an Exchange server, and I have one other virtual machine. So it is listing all the virtual machine that is part of this particular subscription. And if you want to know the resource group, you can use this command get Azure resource group. Click enter, so it will show me all the resource group in this particular subscription. Yes, now it has listed all the resource group in this particular Azure account. We have a resource group in the name of Parivahan group and one other in the Stellar New. These are the resource group I do have in my subscription. Great. So what I want to say is that Azure PowerShell let you to connect to your Azure subscription and manage resources as you have seen right now. Now we come to the second option, which is nothing but Azure CLI. Azure CLI is nothing but is a command line program that connect to Azure and execute administrative commands on Azure resources. Same like PowerShell, you can connect our command line, our desktop command line with Azure. So I have opened the Windows command prompt. Now let us connect this command prompt with Azure. So that we have a command here. First of all, as usual, first of all, as we have done it in for the Windows PowerShell, we have to install the module even in the, we have to install the Microsoft Azure CLI in the command prompt. So for this is the command for that. I copy and paste it here. So installation is something is going on over here. Names I provide yes. All right. Now it got completed. We have successfully installed the Azure CLI. Now let us try to, I just restarted the command prompt. I just closed and open it again. Now let us try to log into the Azure through command prompt. Let me just click on enter. This is the command for that AC-login. It will prompt to connect with the Azure account. Even through the command prompt, you can manage the Azure resources. You can create a virtual machine and management of resources. You can do it even from the command prompt. Now comes the next one, the third tool to interact with Azure, which is nothing but Azure Cloud Shell. Azure Cloud Shell is an interactive and authenticated browser accessible shell for managing Azure resources using scripting tools like Azure CLI or Azure PowerShell. The Cloud Shell also has many other developer tools available such as text editor, source control tools, databases, and more. From the in the Azure portal, here you could see the Azure Cloud Shell. This is the here you get the access to the Azure Cloud Shell. Yeah, it open welcome to the Azure Cloud Shell. You have Bash and PowerShell to manage it. This we will in detail we will see in the coming videos. Let's move on. The next option to interact with Azure is nothing but Azure mobile app. You can download the Azure mobile app from the Play Store or from the iOS store, and you can manage the Azure resources. The Microsoft Azure mobile apps allow you to access, manage, and monitor all your Azure account and resources from your iOS or Android phone tablet. Once installed, you can perform many common Azure tasks such as check the current status, critical metrics of your services, stay informed with notification and alerts about important health issues, review the latest Azure alert, start, stop, and restart the virtual machine on web apps, which means with your mobile phone, you can manage the Azure portal. Connect your Azure virtual machine. You can start, stop, and restart the virtual machine through Azure mobile app. So these are the common tools that is available for the day-to-day management and interaction with Azure. Great. Let's move on. Now let us navigate the portal. Let us have an idea if you are a beginner and seeing the Azure portal for the first time, how the Azure portal looks like. Let us see on that. So as you can see, when you log in, this will be your first page, the home page. Home page will look like this. Then comes the portal menu. In the portal's left-hand sidebar, in the portal menu, which is its different Azure services and resource type. So in the left-hand side, you could see the portal menu. Here you have, you can add the favorites over here. Here you can search for all the resources. Now Azure portal global controls. As you can see in the top, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the Azure portal global controls. The Azure portal displays several icons in the status bar at the top right side of the screen. As you can see here, in the top right side of the screen, you could see some symbols here, icons here. These icons are global control that are always available. No matter what services you are working with, each icon provides quick access to the useful functionality such as configuring settings, viewing notification about the portal activity. So here the first one is Cloud Shell. Then you have the notification. Notification will give you all the notification related to your Azure subscription. Then comes the settings. Here under settings, you have appearance option. Let me click on appearance. You can uh, set up the appearance, how the portal should look like. Have a fly out menu behavior, which means if you change it back, see, or you can use the docked one. Service menu behavior, collapse, expanded, theme again. You can use the auto or light or dark. So all the portal settings you can do it here. Language and region you can set it here. If you change the language, the portal also will change according to the language you select here. Great. So that is all about the settings. Next tab is supporting and troubleshooting. If we click on this, here you get how can we help. You get all the support from. This is where you can get help if you are experiencing a problem or need support. From here you can search for if you need some support, you can search it here. It will give you a lot of documents which you can refer it, or here itself you can raise a ticket with Microsoft and get the support according to your subscription plan. And the next tab is nothing but the feedback in. Great. And the last one is nothing but the profile settings related to your profile. Great. So this is an overall about the Azure portal. So ongoing, we will see more details about it. This video we start with Azure Marketplace. When we come to the Microsoft official landing page, it is written about Azure Marketplace is often where you start when creating a new resources in Azure. The marketplace let you to find, try, purchase and provision application and services from hundreds of leading service providers, all certified to run on Azure. So when you make it in a simple language, it is an online shop inside Azure. It's a big online shop inside Azure. It has got ready-made apps, services, and solution built by Microsoft and third-party companies. It do have the ready-made apps that is built by Microsoft itself and by some third-party companies. But all those applications are certified to run on Azure. So this is what Azure Marketplace meant by. So if you go to the portal and search with Marketplace, you can find this. Here you have a lot of products. So from the Marketplace, if you want to create some Red Hat Enterprise Linux machine for Microsoft Azure, you can come here to the Marketplace and you can click on Create. So it gives you all the OS versions here. So I just go with the Red Hat Enterprise Linux 10.0. I click on that and I want to create a virtual machine with Red Hat. It is just loading it. So that has taken me to the create virtual machine page. You can give the virtual machine name, region, and how you create a virtual machine in Azure in the same way. You can, from the marketplace, you can select the Red Hat image and you can create it. So Azure Marketplace is like a big online shop inside Azure. It has ready-made apps, services, and solution to built by Microsoft and other third-party companies. So this is what meant by Azure Marketplace. You can create, you can purchase the products from the Azure Marketplace and utilize it in Azure. That's it. So we move on to the next point, which is nothing but Azure Advisor. Azure Advisor is a free service built into Azure that provides recommendation on high availability, security, performance, operation excellence, and cost. Advisor analyze your deployed services and suggest way to improve your environment across those areas. So if you come to Azure portal, you can search for the Azure Advisor. So this is the Advisor. What does Azure Advisor do? When you open Azure Advisor, it scans your current Azure setup and gives you actionable suggestion based on best practices. These are categorized into cost, security, performance, reliability, and operation excellence. So even if you open the Azure Advisor in the portal, you could see the advices related to the cost. Here the score is 100%, but still there is one recommendation. And security, you are following all our security recommendation, but score is 9%. Reliability, then operation excellence, and performance. On these five criteria, advisor is giving recommendation to us. When it comes to cost, suggestion to save money. Here I do have one recommendation related to the cost. So if I click on that, it is giving me one recommendation. Let's see that what is that particular recommendation. So it is giving me one recommendation. Impact is medium, and the description is given here. Review disks that are not attached to a VM and evaluate if you still need the disk. So let me just click on the description. So this particular disk is not attached to any VM. I can delete this disk and save cost. So it is giving me a recommendation to save the cost. Actually, I have missed to delete this. So this is one recommendation. Now let's go back to the advisor. This is the recommendation related to the cost. Now let's see the recommendation related to the security. There is no recommendation related to security as of now. Then related to the reliability, it has given 4 recommendations related to the reliability. Create Azure Services Health Alert. Use NAT gateway for outbound connectivity. So it is giving some recommendation related to the reliability. Then for the operation excellence, there is no recommendation. Performance, no recommendation. So it is giving recommendation on 5 areas: cost, security, reliability, operation excellence, and performance. Cost will be very helpful for us. It is good to check your recommendation advisor recommendation related to the cost. Say in a simple language, Azure Advisor is like your personal cloud consultant. It is something like your personal cloud consultant. It checks your environment and gives suggestion to make more cost effective, secure, and reliable environment. For example, if you have a virtual machine running 24/7 but rarely used, Azure Advisor will recommend shutting it down and resizing it to save money. Alright, so that is all about Azure Advisor. Let's move on. Now we move on to dashboard. In the Microsoft Azure page, under home, you could see dashboard. And this is the default dashboard. So what is this dashboard? How it helps us in Azure? So in the documentation, it is mentioned a dashboard is a customizable collection of user interface tiles displayed on Azure portal. You can add, remove position of tiles to create exact view you want, then save that view as dashboard. So let's make it simple. What is this Azure dashboard? It's a customizable interactive panel in Azure portal where you can view and monitor your Azure resources in one place. Or in other words, we can say Azure dashboard help you to keep an eye on what matters most. For example, if you give more importance to the cost, you can create your own dashboard and pin the important things like virtual machine cost and all. You can add it there and you can monitor it in one place. Why use dashboard? See important metrics at a glance. customize layout, pin your frequently used resources, share dashboard with your team, help in monitoring and quick decision making. And here you can create dashboard, you can edit it, you can share with your export it and share with your teammates, and you can so you do all these actions, you can clone it, so you can do all these actions. But the limitation is that it whatever you can create it, it depends upon the access you have. In this Microsoft account, I do have a limited access. So I will not be able to create a dashboard related to the cost. If you click on create, you can customize the dashboard as you want it. You can click on custom, and if you are focusing on cost, you can search for cost here and paste it here. In one shot, in one place, you can in dashboard itself you can view the cost of this month, and all that details you can customize it. Here I just add a resource group. The tile space you can arrange it. Then if you have to keep all resources, you can add all resources or one some particular virtual machine. So accordingly, how you want it, what you want to monitor in your dashboard, that you can add it and you can save that. Oh, and I have given the name as my dashboard 5. And you can see different dashboard. I have created so many dashboards, dashboard 2, 3, 4, and 5. You can give names here, like instead of giving dashboard 5, I go here and edit it. I give it like RG view or something. You can give some meaningful name and you can save it. This is my default dashboard. I'm going to delete my dashboard 4. So what I do, I select that, and here you have the option to delete it. So you can delete the dashboard. So that is gone. If you search here, you don't get my dashboard 4. And you have the option to clone it. What does it mean by clone? Cloning dashboard, create an instant copy called clone of the dashboard name and open that copy in edit mode. Cloning is an easy way to create dashboard before sharing them. For example, my RG view, I want to share it with someone, I can clone it. So what happened, the same copy you can create it and you can share with your teammates. And even in the clone, if you want to make any changes, you can do the changes. You can add new tiles here and you can share that with your teammates. So that is what meant by cloning. So to conclude, dashboard is a customizable interactive panel in Azure portal where you can view and monitor your Azure resources in one place. It will help to you to keep an eye on what matters most. Now we enter into the actual course. Manage identities and governance in Azure. So first we will have to understand about Microsoft Entra ID. So this is the way module explain. This module explains Microsoft Entra ID. We will compare Microsoft Entra ID with Active Directory domain services, learn about Microsoft Entra ID P1, P2 plans, and explore Microsoft Entra domain services for managing domain joined devices and apps in the cloud. These chapters covers in this module. We start from examining Microsoft Entra ID, compare Microsoft Entra ID with the traditional Active Directory domain services, and we'll examine Microsoft Entra ID as a directory service for cloud apps. We'll compare the two plans which Microsoft provides us, like Microsoft Entra ID Premium Plan 1 and P2, Premium Plan 2 plans, and examine Microsoft Entra domain services, and we will summarize this module. Then in the next session, we will see create, configure, and manage identities. This we will cover in the next video. We will cover only this particular module in this video. So let us start from examining Microsoft Entra ID. Examine Microsoft Entra ID. A lot of text is given over here. What I can do, I can help you to understand this text in a simple way. In the first paragraph, it talks about the traditional Active Directory. We are familiar with, as a system administrator, you should be familiar with the traditional Active Directory. So traditional Active Directory domain service is a directory service that provides the method for storing directory data such as user accounts and passwords, and make this data available to network users, administrators, and other devices and services. It runs as a service on Windows Server, referred to as a domain controller. So this paragraph totally talks about the traditional Active Directory, which is this particular one. This is the traditional Active Directory. So the machine which holds the Active Directory, we know that it is called as domain controller. So this is domain controller. This machine is called a domain controller. And as a system administrator, it is your responsibility to manage the infrastructure of this particular machine. You are responsible for the replication. You are responsible for the uptime of this machine. As a system administrator, taking care of the infrastructure, it is your responsibility. So this is Active Directory, the traditional Active Directory. Here, these are called OUs and containers, and this is the domain name, and users are here, computers are in this particular container, and so this is the structure of a traditional domain controller. So what this paragraph says, Microsoft traditional domain controller, everything is your responsibility. Taking care of the infrastructure is your responsibility as a system administrator. But when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID, is a platform as a service offering operate as Microsoft managed directory service in the cloud. It is not part of the core infrastructure that customers own and manage. You cannot manage infrastructure. Infrastructure is managed by Microsoft. They will take care of the infrastructure, the updations, the changes, everything taken care by Microsoft. You don't have to worry about that. But when it comes to the traditional Microsoft, you will have to update the OS. You are responsible for the replications. You are responsible for everything in this particular traditional Active Directory. So that is the difference between the Microsoft Entra ID and traditional Active Directory. So for a better understanding, I have kept all those points in a simple way. I have made it very simple and put it in the Word file. So let us try to understand what are the difference between the traditional Active Directory and Microsoft Entra ID, so that we'll come to know more about Microsoft Entra ID. First of all, Microsoft Entra ID is a cloud-based identity service. It is completely on cloud. There is nothing in the on-premise. But when it comes to the traditional Active Directory, you know everything is in the on-premise directory service. It run in the Microsoft Azure. In the other case, it is run in the Windows Server. Internet accessible, required on-premise network. See, in the case of Entra ID, through internet you can access the Microsoft Entra ID. But when it comes to the traditional Active Directory, it requires VPN or the on-premise network. You have to be in that on-premise network, only then you will be able to access the Active Directory. When it comes to the Microsoft Entra ID, this support these auth to OpenID connection SAML. But when it comes to the traditional Active Directory, it is only support Kerberos and NTLM. Single sign-on SSO for cloud apps. Here's SSO. Single sign-on is possible only for the on-premise applications. Then Azure AD join, Intune integration, device management. You have to either Azure AD join or Intune integration is required. Here it is domain joining. App access, it allow you to access the cloud apps. But when it comes to the traditional Active Directory, it is on-premise Windows apps. Conditional access, built-in policy based, not in built-in. User location, global cloud directory. Here local domain controller. Guest access support, business to business collaboration, no native guest support. Yeah, so these are the difference which is explained here, and I have put it in the Word file. Great. So let's move on. And the next paragraph is Microsoft Entra tenant. This big paragraph, I have put it in a simple language here. What is Microsoft Entra tenant? Microsoft Entra ID, formerly was known as Azure AD, is a multi-tenant meaning it can host many separate organizations in one big system while keeping each one isolated and secure. So in an Entra ID or Entra tenant, you can have multi-tenant. It can host many separate organizations in one big system while keeping each one isolated and secure. Each tenant is like a separate directory or account for company using Microsoft Cloud services like Microsoft 365, Intune, and Azure. Even though one company, one tenant is most cases, technically a tenant just means one instance of Microsoft Entra ID. Okay, now when we talk about domain names in Entra ID, every tenant gets default name like your company name dot microsoft.com. That will be the default company name. Sorry, that will be the default domain name. You can also add your own custom domain like jadwinvilla.com or your company name.com to make it match your brand. Key points to remember is that tenant means isolated identity environment for the company. Multiple subscription can use the same tenant, but one subscription cannot link to multiple tenant. Tenant contains usage, group, app, setting for identity and access. All right, that's what it is discussed here. And in the next unit, it is comparing Microsoft Entra ID with Active Directory Domain Services. It discusses about the characteristics of ADDS, which is local Active Directory, and it discusses the characteristics of the Microsoft Entra ID. Active Directory Domain Services, traditional on-premise. It run on Windows Server, usually on-premise or virtual machine. We are well aware the local Active Directory is run on Windows Server. It can be a virtual machine or a physical machine. A run on Windows Server, usually on-premise or virtual machine, is a hierarchical directory that uses Kerberos authentication, LDAP for queries, and OU and GPO for managing users and computers. In a traditional Active Directory, you will Kerberos protocol for the authentication, LDAP for protocol for queries, and for the structured to manage computers and users, you use OU and GPO. Use DNS to find the domain controllers, support domain trust for managing multiple domains. That's all about the local Active Directory. But when it comes to the Microsoft Entra ID cloud-based modem, built with the cloud and internet-facing application. So this is the Entra ID from the Azure portal. You can get it, Microsoft Entra ID. This is how it looks like, the Microsoft Entra ID in Azure page. It is the overview of the Microsoft Entra ID. Here you could see the uses, groups, external identities, administrative units, enterprise application, devices, app registration, and these are the menus part of Entra ID. So Microsoft Entra ID is cloud-based and modern, built for cloud and internet-facing application. Whoever is having internet access can log into the Azure portal and access Microsoft Entra ID with the credentials and multi-factor authentication. And whatever access is given to you, according to your access, you can view the Entra ID and work with Entra ID. It's a flat directory, no OU or GP. In the case of Entra ID, there is no uses are listed here. There is no OU organization unit or any structure hierarchy for Microsoft Entra ID. But when it comes to the traditional one, it has got the OU, and inside the OU we structure it like according to the department or according to the location. We customize the OU. But when it comes to the Microsoft Entra ID, it is a flat directory, no OU or GPU in the case of Entra ID. Then it use modern protocol like SAML, OAuth or OpenID Connect, no Kerberos or LDAPs for Microsoft Entra ID. Then use REST API over HTTP, HTTPS instead of LDAP. And it support federation with third-party services like Facebook or Google. Multi-tenant, many organizations can run separately and securely within Entra. So these are the features of Microsoft Entra ID. So that is what explained here. and it is comparing Microsoft Entra ID with Active Directory domain services. So what is Microsoft Entra ID for cloud apps? That is what explained here in this whole text. What is that? When you use Microsoft cloud services like Microsoft 365, Azure, Intune, or security services, you need a way to manage user login and permissions. So Microsoft has got a lot of services, productivity services, admin. So it has got a n number of services. So when you manage those services, you should have a way to log into that, manage user login and permissions. So that is where Microsoft Entra ID comes in. In other words, Microsoft Entra ID will help you to manage users, its login and its permissions. Consider there is a help desk user who has recently joined, and he only reset the password for the, or he does only the very basic things in the organization. For that user, you cannot give the global admin privilege, which can manage each and everything in the 365 or Azure environment. So what you have to do, you have to limit the permissions. So there should be a mechanism to do that. Microsoft Entra ID will help you for that. Instead of creating separate directory for each service, one Entra ID can be used for all Microsoft cloud apps. So if you have multiple cloud apps, you cannot have a separate directory for each services. Microsoft Entra ID will help you to have one particular directory for each services. This makes it is easier for users and admins, one identity, one login, which means single sign-on. With single sign-on, you can log into the all the Microsoft services. So that is what the advantage of Entra ID for cloud apps. Key benefits. One identity system works across all Microsoft cloud services, which we discussed just now. User can log in with other accounts too, like Facebook, Google, using Entra ID. Developers can connect their custom apps to Entra ID for secure login. So these are the benefits of Entra ID for cloud apps. Then for something related to developers, developers can use tools like Azure Portal and Visual Studio to easily add Microsoft Entra login to their websites or applications, apps. So this is helpful for the developers. These are mentioned in this entire text. Hope this is clear to you. Now we move to the next point. We are comparing Microsoft Entra ID Plan 1 and Plan 2. What all advantages we have having Microsoft Entra ID P1, and what all advantages we have with the Plan 2. This is what described here. Again, I have put it in a simplest way in this Word document. Let us discuss this. What are P1 and P2 plans? Microsoft Entra ID has two premium plans. First one is Premium 1 and second one is Premium 2. They offer more advanced features than the free of Office 365 version, but they cost extra. Apart from this, there is one more plan which is free, but it doesn't have much features. The free, as always, may not have much features. But when it comes to Premium 1 and Premium 2, they offer more advanced feature. You can buy them separately. These plans, you can buy them separately, or as part of Microsoft Enterprise Mobility and Security, you can purchase this. So let us see the features in Plan 1, Premium 1. The first feature of having P1 is that self-service group management. User can create and manage their own groups. Advanced security reports, multi-factor authentication, which is a modern authentication. Then Microsoft Identity Manager, 99.9% uptime guarantee. Then self-service password reset, cloud app discovery, conditional access, Entra Connect Health. All these are the features of Plan 1. We will be seeing all these in detail in the coming video. So this is just a beginning. So I am not going to explain it in detail. When it comes to the Plan 2, everything in Plan 1, you get it with Plan 2, plus you get Microsoft Entra ID protection. automatically detect and respond risky sign-in and accounts. So if some user log in from a infrequent location or some from a malicious device, Microsoft automatically detect. If you have the plan 2, it automatically detect and respond to the risky sign-ins and accounts. The extra feature we get with the Premium 2 is that privileged identity management, which is in PIM, which is in short we call PIM, privileged identity management, manage and secure admin account with the time limited access and approval workflows. For example, if a new user or somebody needs an access to some virtual machine for some particular time, so you can give him for 1 week, one access to that virtual machine only for 1 week. So privilege identity management with the time limited access. Only for 1 month I am giving you access to that virtual machine, or for 1 day I am giving access to this. For example, if some audit person has come and asked for some access for 24 hours, so we give access to him for only for 24 hours to certain resources. That feature we get it only with Plan 2, Premium 2. So that's all about this particular module. We understanding the Microsoft Entra ID. So in this video, hope we got some idea about Microsoft Entra ID. What is how it differ from the traditional local Active Directory, and what is the difference between Entra ID P1 and P2. All that we discussed in this video. And then the coming video we will create, configure and manage identity. We will be creating the uses and we'll see assign license and all that we will see in the coming video. In this video we are taking the next step. We are creating uses in Entra ID, organizing them into a group and assigning Microsoft 365 license in the right way. When we come to the Microsoft official documentation, we are in the second module, AC 104. In fact, this is the first module in the main course. This is the first module in the syllabus. AC 104, manage identity and governance in Azure. In this particular module, we have already understand about the Microsoft Entra ID in our previous video. Now in this video, we are going to create, configure and manage identities. We will be learning create, configure and manage uses, create, configure and manage groups, manage license, explore custom security, attributes and automatic provisioning. What are the prerequisites required for this? You should have a basic understanding about identity management. You should have a basic understanding about the local Active Directory, how the uses are created. That will help you over here. Then some experience with Azure Active Directory, experience with Zero Trust helpful. So these experience, if you have, it will be easy for you to understand Microsoft Entra ID in a better way. All right. So when we click on next, create, configure and manage users. This is what we are going to do it right now. We will be practically creating user, we'll be configuring it and we'll show how to manage that. Every user who need access Azure resources need an Azure user account. We all know that. Every user who needs access to Azure, whoever wants access to the Azure resources, need an Azure user account. A user account contains all information need to authorize the user during the sign-on process. One authenticated Microsoft Entra ID built access token to authorize the user and determine what resources they can access, what they can do with those resources. So we will be giving permission to that user. You provide permission to the user to do certain tasks in Azure. So that permission management you will be able to do through Entra ID. Let us get into the practical view uses. So here I am in the Azure portal. This is the Azure portal and I select Microsoft Entra ID from this. Here this is the Entra ID and this is the overview of the Entra ID. And if you click on manage and users and all users, it lists all the users in the Entra ID. If you are logging to the first time and you have just created your tenant and you have logged into the first time, you won't see any uses. apart from the default uses. Here you could see a lot of uses I have created here. There are three types of uses: cloud identities, directory sync identities, and guest uses. There are three types of uses, or in other words, I can say Microsoft Entra ID define uses in three ways. First one, cloud identities. These uses exist only in Microsoft Entra ID, which means these uses are cloud-based uses. It's not synced from any local Active Directory. If you have a user in your local Active Directory and through Azure AD Connect or Entra, nowadays it's called Entra ID Connect, you sync that usage to, you can sync those uses to Entra ID. So those uses are called directory synced identities. These uses exist in on-premise Active Directory. A synchronization activity that occurs through Microsoft Entra Connects bring these uses into Azure. So these uses are called directory synced identities. Cloud identities means the user are created in cloud itself, which means in the portal we are from the clicking on new user, we are creating the user here itself. So it is not synced from on-premise. Those uses are called cloud identities. Then the uses that are in the local Active Directory and we sync those uses through Microsoft Entra Connect to Entra ID, those uses are called directory synced identities. Then we have guest uses, which means these uses exist outside Azure. In your organization, you invite your partners as a guest uses in your account. You have an option to invite external users. Here you can invite your partners, your vendors. So all that who need, you can invite those users to Entra ID, and you can permit some particular permission. You can allocate certain particular permission to those users. We will see that all that in details. So whatever user you create here in Entra ID, that will be synced with Microsoft 365 Admin Center also. All these portals like Microsoft 365 Admin Center, Azure, Entra ID, Intune, all these are interconnected. All these portals are not independent portals. These are interconnected. Whatever you create in Entra ID in the Azure portal, the same will be reflected here. And it depends upon the subscription you have and the license you have. If you create a user in Entra ID, those user will be reflected in Microsoft 365 Admin Center, Intune portal, and security, Defender portal, everywhere it will be reflected. So all these portals are interconnected. I would like to show you some sync status. Here you could see a cloud symbol over here, which means Abir, this particular user called Abir, is a cloud user. The cloud symbol status shows that this user is a cloud user. Here you could see some server sign, some on-premise sign, which means this user synced from the on-premise, synced from the local Active Directory through Azure AD Connect or Entra ID Connect, and it is synced to the cloud. So that is what this symbol shows here. Even here you could see the user type on-premise synced enabled. Yes, for the AVD user 2, it is synced from on-premise. But when it comes to Google Play, this user is not synced from the on-premise. This is a cloud user. And here, where is Abir? We'll search. Yeah, Abir. Yeah. As you can see, the Abir, this user is not synced from the on-premise. This is a cloud user. So in this way, you can identify whether this user is a cloud user or on-premise user. Then here user type, you could see member. If it is a guest user, it will show as guest. This particular user, Jojo, this is my mail ID, jojo.polity@gmail.com. So this user is a guest user. I have invited this user to our environment. It shows guest here. All right, let us create a user. We will keep the same name for the user. I'm going to create a new user. Click on this plus symbol, new user, create a new user. We will keep the same name, what it's a user principal name. We will give Chris G. So mail nickname, it is already taken. Display name, we keep as Chris space green. if you tick on auto generated password, it will give you a password automatically. I'm unchecking that and giving my own password. We come to the properties. Here you can give the first name and the last name. First name I select as Chris, and last name as Green. Where user type, is it as a member or guest? It's a member. And you can give all the details about this particular user. His job information, job title, is a system admin. System admin. Company name, department, employee ID, all those details you can provide here. Contact information about this user, email ID, then age group, settings, all that you can give it here. Then comes assignment. If you want to add this user into a group now itself, you can add it, or you can later you can add this user to any group. Review and create. So I'm going to review and create it. Password, it does not take the password which I provide. All right, I'm going to create this user. Let me create it. So we have successfully created the user right now. So if you check it out, you could see the new user name, Chris. Yeah, Chris Green. You could see here. On-premise sync enabled? No, this is a cloud-based user. And he is a member. Great. In our last video, we have seen about creation of user in Entra ID and different type of users in Entra ID. All that we have seen in the last video. This video, we will be allocating license to that user, and we'll be creating groups and allocating license to the groups. All that we will be seeing in this video. All right, let's proceed. User will be available in all uses. Let us search for Chris Green. The user is available here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to allocate license for this Chris Green. For that, I go to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Admin.microsoft.com is the portal. https://admin.microsoft.com. In admin.microsoft.com, under users, active users, you search for the user you have created. You could see Chris Green, and license is unlicensed, and sync status is on cloud. So I'm going to click on that Chris Green, license and app, and here I can allocate the license and save changes. So in this way, you can allocate a license to a user. Now, as per the documentation, we are going to create a security group in Microsoft Entra ID and assign license to that group. Let us practically do that. For that, again, let's go to the Entra Admin Center. As I told you before, you can get the Entra Admin Center even from the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Here, this is the mother portal for all the Microsoft 365 activities. So you get linked to the all other admin centers from Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Here you have Admin Center tab itself is there. Security is nothing but all the security defender, everything comes under this. Microsoft Intune, identity. This is Microsoft Entra ID portal. Exchange related activities, you have Exchange Admin Center, SharePoint Admin Center, Teams, Power Platform. All the admin centers you can manage. You can get the link from the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. So we want identity, which is Microsoft Entra ID Admin Center. I click on that. As it's given in the document, we follow the same to create a security group. We will give the name to marketing, and we'll assign this Chris Green, the newly created user Chris Green, to marketing group. So I'm in the Microsoft Entra Admin Center. The Entra Admin Center, under identity, you have users and groups. Here we select all groups. So it lists all the groups in our organization, in our tenant. Now we are going to create a new group. To create a new group, on the top you could see the symbol. Let me click on new group, and we give the same, we follow the same values here. We select security group. Instead of Microsoft 365 group, we have two groups available here, security and Microsoft 365. What is the difference between security and security group and Microsoft 365 group? We will understand that before we create it. So security group purpose is used for access control, to give the permissions, assign permission to resources. We normally create security group. But when in the case of the Microsoft 365 group, it is for collaboration. Main use provide users with a shared mailbox, shared calendar, shared point site, and it is some kind of mail enabled uses. So that is the main difference between security group and Microsoft 365 group. The purpose is used for access control, to assign permission to the resources. We normally create security group. So here I select the security group. Group name I select as given here, marketing. I paste it over here. Group description, I just say the same thing. Then manage membership type, it is assigned. And I select the member. The newly created user will be added to this group. Chris Green, I have added to him to this group. Let me select and create it. Successfully created the group. So now we have successfully created the group. If you refresh it, you could see the group in the name of marketing. Yeah, this is the group which we have created just now. Now how we can allocate license to this group? That's what discussed here. So if you click on this group marketing, under manage, if you select the license, you could see no license assignment found. To this group, to this security group, no license is allocated. So how we can allocate the license? That's what explained here. For that, we have to go to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Under billing, expand billing, click on licenses. Here it will list whatever license you have purchased. In my case, I have purchased Microsoft 365 Business Premium license and only one license is left out. So I click on that particular license and you have option to allocate license to users and groups. I am going to allocate the license to the group. I click on assign license and we search for that group which we created just now, marketing, and assign it. You assign license to marketing, to the marketing group. I have assigned the license. Now if you come back to the same portal and refresh it, it shows that Microsoft 365 premium license is allocated to this group. Enabled services are 52, state is queued, it is still in the queued state. So that is what assign license to a group. I have issue with the license, almost all the license is allocated now, so I will just show you how you can unallocate the license. Again, come to the active users, click on the user, licenses and app, and tick the license, save changes. Great. You have removed the license for the user. Restore and remove recently deleted user from Microsoft Entra ID. Now we will delete a user and we will try to restore that user from Entra ID. How to do that we will see right now. Before doing that, you should understand one thing. Once you delete a user, the account remains suspended state for 30 days. During the 30 days window, a user account can be restored. If you delete a user from the Entra Admin Center, I'm going to delete this user, Abhi Shirasi, or newly created user, Chris Green. I'm going to delete this user. Once if I click on delete, the user has been deleted from the list. If you refresh it, you won't see Chris Green on the users list, and it will be available in the deleted users. See, in the deleted user, you can see Chris Green. So what this documentation says, if you delete a user, after you delete a user, the account remains suspended state for 30 days. For 30 days, it will be available in the suspended state on deleted users. Then during that 30 days window, the user accounts can be restored along with all its properties. Within 30 days, if I am restoring, I will be able to restore that user. Here you have the option to restore that user, or you have delete permanently. If you delete permanently, what will happen? Neither you nor Microsoft customer support, neither you nor Microsoft customer support can restore a permanently deleted user. Once if you permanently delete, or after 30 days, it will automatically will be deleted permanently. If that happens, neither you nor Microsoft customer support can restore a permanently deleted user. I'm going to restore this user. Select that particular user and click on restore user. Click OK. So it will come back to the all users. Restoration is going on. If you come back to all users and search for Chris, it will be listed here. You can see here. So this way you can delete a user, restore a user, and you have seen what happens if you delete a user. All that we have seen. So to conduct this activity, to delete the user, restore the user, what access is required? Either you should be the global administrator. Global administrator can do almost all the tasks in the Microsoft 365 and Azure environment. Then partner tier 1 support, partner tier 2 support, or user administrator, these roles are required to restore or delete the user and restore the user. About the group in detail right now. Here we will create, configure and manage group in bit more detail. Why we required groups? What is the advantage of creating groups? Let us discuss that first. Let's try to understand with some examples. In your organization, your company has got an IT help desk. In your IT help desk, there are 15 people, and 5 are having very basic knowledge about Microsoft 365 and Azure. They are doing the L1 support in the IT, and there are 10 people who is having advanced knowledge, and they work as an L2 support in your organization for in the IT department, and you have experts there as L3 support, and altogether you have 15 people. So what you can do, in the help desk team, you can create a help desk L1 support team. You can create a group for the L1 support, and you can give minimum permission to that particular group, who can create a user and allocate license and reset the password for the other employees. So that help desk team, L1 team, you can create a group in the name of help desk L1, and you assign the minimum permission to L1 team, so that whoever joins newly into your organization, this L1 team can create the user, and they can assign license to the newly joined user, and they can reset the password for newly joined user. When it comes to the next level, L2 support, they have got more knowledge about Microsoft 365 and Azure portal. So they may be creating the virtual machine in Azure portal. They may be maintaining the virtual machine. So we give little more permission. We give more permission to L2 group. And when it comes to L3 group, they are the experts in the about Microsoft 365 and Azure. So you can, even if you can give global admin privilege if required, or exchange administrator, or according to the area that they manage, you can give all the high level management permission, high level permission to L3 group. So this way you can allocate the permission and manage the members. The advantage of having a group is that assign a set of access permission to all the members of the group, instead of having to provide right one by one. It is very difficult to give access. If one employee leave from L1 team, what you can do, you can as you have given the permission to the group, you can remove this person from that group and add the other person to that group. So it is easy to manage it. And group allow us to define the security boundary, and then add and remove specific uses and grant access with the minimum amount of effort. If it is 5-10 users, it is easy to manage. When it comes to 100 and 500, or if it is a very large organization, then it is very difficult to manage it. Minimize the effort. Groups will help us for that. Microsoft Entra ID allow you to define two different types of group. Mainly there are two different types of group. One is security group and otherwise Microsoft 365 group. One is security group and the second one is Microsoft 365 group. I have already discussed the difference between the security group and Microsoft 365 group. Security group, it is used for access control. Main use cases are assign permission to the resources, SharePoint, OneDrive, Team. To assign permissions, we normally use security group. These are not mail enabled use. No shared mailbox or collaboration features are available for security group. And when it comes to the licensing, no special licensing is required for the security group. Can be assigned manually or dynamic. Admin used for group-based licensing, conditional access targeting, and role-based access control. These are available use for admin. But when it comes to the Microsoft 365 group, it is normally created for the collaboration. Main use cases are provide users with a shared mailbox, shared calendar, SharePoint site, Planner, OneNote, Teams, and these are mail enabled uses. Include shared mailbox. Then it required licensing, requires a Microsoft 365 license, Business Premium or E3, E5. That those licenses are required. 65 group. And again, my membership can be assigned manually or dynamic. Admin use for team collaboration, email distribution, resource sharing, and creating teams. So that is the difference between the security group and Microsoft 365 group. I repeat, 365 group, most common type of groups are used to manage member and computer access to share resources for the group user. But when it comes to Microsoft 365 groups, it is provide collaboration opportunity by giving members access to the shared mailbox, calendar, file, SharePoint site, and more. So that those are the main difference between security group and Microsoft 365 group. The second characteristics of a group that we need to understand is membership type. There are two type of membership. You can add members in a two-way to both this group, to security group and Microsoft 365 group. You can add members in two-way. First one is assigned. Directly you are giving the membership. For example, while we created the group, while we create a group, you can assign these people should be member of this group. You are manually assigning the members to that group. That is one method. That is called assign. Members are added, maintained manually. You are manually adding all these people into that group. The second option to add membership type is dynamic. Members are added based on rules, creating some dynamic group. The membership is generated by formula each time the group is used. A dynamic group is include any recipient in Active Directory with attributes value that match its filter. For example, I'm creating a user and I'm giving the department to that user as marketing. So if you create this formula, what happens? All the users that is created the department as marketing, that will be automatically added to that particular group. So that is what dynamic groups. These are controlled by certain rules. Members are added based on rules. So while creating a dynamic group, you mention the property, you mention the rule, and according to the rule, automatically this will be added to that particular group. That are the two different membership type. One is assigned, the other one is dynamic. In the documentation next is creating a Microsoft 365 group. Let's create it. Let's see how we can create it. To create a group, we have to go to the Microsoft Entra Admin Center, all groups. This is the way how we have created the security group. The same way we are going to create a Microsoft 365 group. Come to Microsoft Entra Admin Center, https://entra.microsoft.com. That is the portal URL. Or from the 365 Admin Center, you can select identity. That also will take you to this particular page. And under identity, all groups, it will list all the groups, and here you have the option to create a new group. I click on that, and this time we are going to select Microsoft 365 group, and we have to name the group Northwest Sale. We copy and paste the same name here. So group email address, this is automatically taken. If you want to make any changes, you can do it here. Group description, I just copy the same Northwest Sale. And membership type, here you have the option for assigned and dynamic user. We select it assign. As the membership type, we select as assign. Great. Then we have to select the users. I'm going to select an owner to this group. I select Abir as a owner to this group, and a member of this group as Abir Ali. These people I add as a member of this group, and I am going to create this group. So group has successfully created. So future search for North Wales. You could see the group here. Group type is Microsoft 365 use group, and it is assigned. This is the email ID for the group. Great. All right, so this way you can create a Microsoft 365 group. Now we are going to discuss about the devices in Entra ID. Devices, you can list your devices in the Microsoft Entra Admin Center. Under identity, you have devices. Here you get the overview of the devices and all devices. This will list all the devices in your tenant. So these are the devices part of my tenant. And here under join type, you could see three different type. One is Microsoft Entra registered, the other one is Microsoft Entra join, and one more type, Microsoft Entra hybrid joined. Microsoft Entra hybrid join. So that you could see three type of devices in my tenant. One is Microsoft Entra registered, Entra joined, and hybrid join. What is the difference between this? Why we need these three type of devices? What it is? This is what we are going to see in this session. These days, many people use their own phones, tablets, or laptops to do the office works. This is called BYOD, bring your own devices. Because of this, IT team have two main responsibilities. First one, make work easy for everyone. They want to help, which means IT team want to help employees to work from anywhere, at any time, at any device they like. Second responsibility of the IT team is that keep everything safe. At the same time, they must make sure that the company data and systems are protected from the hackers, virus, and other risks. So basically, it has become the IT team responsibility to allow the users to work from anywhere, from any device, at any time, by securing the company data and all the other risks. So this is possible by joining the devices to the Entra ID, and the users will be, and the admin will be securing the device, securing the company data by using the help of Microsoft Intune and Entra ID. So this is what we are discussing now. We start with Microsoft Entra registered. Microsoft Entra registered devices. As this is the first one, we are going to discuss Microsoft Entra registered devices. The goal of Microsoft Entra registered devices is to provide users with support of bring your own devices and mobile device scenarios. In this scenario, a user can access your organization Microsoft Entra ID controlled resources using a personal device. For example, you have your Android phone. Through the Android phone, you want to access the company email. So it is the administrator responsibility that the company data should not be leaked. It should be secured. So the company, your mobile Android device should be enrolled to Intune. So definition of Entra registered is nothing but registered to Microsoft Entra ID without requiring organizational account to sign into the device. You will be signing into your device with your, consider you have a laptop, you will be signing with your local user ID and password to the machine. But at the same time, when you are access to the resource in the organization can be further limited based on the Microsoft Entra account. Conditional access policies apply to the device identity. Consider you have a Windows 10 laptop, mobile, we keep it aside. We talk about the Windows 10 laptop. Consider you are using a Windows 11 laptop. You log into the machine as with your local ID and password. You can do all the things whatever you do it in the laptop. But when it comes to accessing the resources in your organization, when you are trying to access the email or the virtual machine that is allocated to you in Azure portal, so when you access that, it can be further limited based on the Entra ID account, and conditional access policies apply to that device identity. All these videos are available in my channel. You can watch it. And scenarios for registered devices, I have already explained in which scenario we have to use Microsoft Entra registered. You have your own laptop, you don't want to join that machine to the domain or to the Entra ID, but at the same time you want to access the your organization email or some other or any other resources. In such scenario, you can register your device. So that is the scenario of registering devices. We have discussed about Microsoft Entra registered devices. We talk about bring your own devices and all that area we have covered. Now we come with Microsoft Entra joint devices. So what is this Microsoft Entra joint devices? Microsoft Entra join is intended for the organization that want to be cloud first or cloud only. If you are intended to work only on cloud or cloud you are giving the first preference, then you can choose Microsoft Entra joint devices. Any organization can deploy Microsoft Entra joint devices no matter the size or industry. Even if it is a very small industry or a big industry or whatever industry you are in, you can deploy Microsoft Entra joint devices. So what are the scenarios where Microsoft Entra join comes in picture? Microsoft Entra join is primarily intended for organizations that do not have on-premises Windows Server or Active Directory infrastructure. We are well familiar with the local Active Directory and the domain controller and that infrastructure. We are very familiar with that. Wherever this local directory or Windows Server Active Directory infrastructure is not there, it is primarily intended. In such premises, Entra join will be applicable. Or if you want to manage your MDM devices through Intune, then you can use Entra join devices. Or your users primarily need to access Microsoft 365 or other some SaaS applications integrated with Microsoft Entra ID. In such scenario, you can use Entra join. So basically, where on-premise itself is not there, then Entra join will be more suitable. Wherever on-premise infrastructure, on-premise Active Directory and domain controller, that infrastructure wherever it is not there, in such scenario, Entra join will be more suitable and applicable. The third type of device registration is nothing but hybrid Microsoft Entra join devices. We are well aware of the local Active Directory and the setup of the local Active Directory. Here we have the computers and the departments, domain controllers, users, resource mailbox, and we can manage the endpoints through group policy or configuration manager. So this is normally the infrastructure of a local Active Directory. So what is the definition of Microsoft Entra joint devices? Is nothing but joint to on-premise AD and Microsoft Entra ID requiring organization account to sign into the devices. Joined to an on-premise AD and Microsoft Entra ID. So both is required in your organization. You require the local Active Directory, which is on-premise AD, and at the same time Microsoft Entra ID requiring organizational account to sign into the devices. In such scenario, you can use hybrid Microsoft Entra joint devices. It is primary audience suitable for hybrid organization with existing on-premise AD infrastructure. Device ownership is with the organization. Now let us see how you can implement this hybrid setup. For that, we normally use Microsoft Entra Connect. You can create another virtual machine or any physical server. We can set up another machine to install Microsoft Entra Connect. This is the link where you can download the Microsoft Entra Connect application. Nowadays, it is not applicable. It is not allowed to download from internet. Even if you download this, you won't get the installation file. Instead of that, you will be getting a PDF file which is asking you to download it from your tenant. So from last month onwards, you will not be able to download Microsoft Entra Connect from internet. You will have to log in internet in the sense from the public site. You will have to go to your tenant and your Microsoft Entra admin center, come to hybrid management. Down to that, we have Microsoft Entra Connect. Here you can get Connect Sync and you can download the latest Entra Connect Sync. From here, you can download the Microsoft Entra Connect. See, Microsoft Entra Connect is the application that connect your on-premise Active Directory, which is this local Active Directory, with the cloud one, which is the Entra ID. You will have to set up a separate virtual machine for that. You set according to your organization. If your organization is very small, you can install even in the domain control itself, but it is not recommended. Even if it is a very small infrastructure also, you will have to install a separate virtual machine for that, virtual machine or physical machine. Once that machine is ready, you will have to download the Entra ID Connect from the tenant. Earlier it was available in the public site. Now you will have to download from your Entra admin center itself. Once you download that, you will have to install that and configure it. While configuring, you are informing which all OU to be synced with the cloud. While the configuration, you can we can mention it which all OUs to be synced with cloud. If you are selecting the computers OU, the container, all the machines that is part of these computers will be synced to cloud, and it will show as hybrid Entra connected devices. If you come here to the devices overview, all devices, here you could see Microsoft Entra hybrid joint devices. These devices are synced from the on-premise Active Directory through Entra ID Connect. So that was all about hybrid Microsoft Entra joint devices. I have already done a detailed video on how to install Microsoft Entra Connect and configure it. The video is available in my channel. I shall add it in the description. Please do watch if you have to get more idea about Microsoft Entra Connect, how it works, how it to be configured. All that I have very clearly explained in that video. Today, let's discuss about Azure AD Connect. Now it's called Entra ID Connect. In this video, we learn how to install and configure Azure AD Connect, and I can practically show how to sync users' computers to Azure AD. We will also discuss the errors that may occur during the installation and configuration. This particular video is intended for a beginner who doesn't have any idea about what is Azure AD Connect, how to configure it, why we required Azure AD Connect. So this video is for a beginner. If you have an idea about what is Azure AD Connect, how it works, what all errors you may get it, how to configure. So all those concepts, if you know it, you no need to watch this video. Please skip this. If you are a fresher, you want to know what Azure AD Connect, how it works, then you can watch this video. So because I'm talking very basics about Azure AD Connect. So if you have an idea about it, you may feel that it may not suit to you. All right. So let's start from the very beginning. What is Azure AD Connect? So as a definition, what is Azure AD Connect? You can read these lines. This is a definition which I got it from the Google or from the Copilot. I can just read it for you, which is Azure AD Connect is a Microsoft tool designed to integrate your on-premise Active Directory, that means your local Active Directory, with Azure Active Directory. Don't worry, I can explain you what exactly it works. I can show you with some diagrams and some pictures. So you will have an idea even if you do not get after reading this definition. Okay, all right. Let's move on. Why we required Azure AD Connect? So we required Azure AD Connect for unified identity management. Second one, single sign-on. This is your on-premise setup. You have got a domain controller, plenty of uses, computers, and you have got a lot of servers here. And through Azure AD Connect, what exactly you do, you connect your users and computers to your Azure AD, to your cloud, your M365, your M365 account or tenant. What exactly you do through Azure AD Connect, you connect your local users and computers to Microsoft 365 account and tenant. So Azure AD Connect do this job for you. All right. Now comes hybrid environment support. Let us consider this example. We have an on-premise and we have 3 users. So only the first two users have to sync with Microsoft 365 tenant. All the third user, Meena, she wants to stay back. This is a critical user. She is handling some critical data, and that is some confidential data which should not sync with the cloud. If you have a scenario in that way, you can only sync these 2 users to cloud, and you can keep Meena still work on premise. So that is what meant by hybrid environment support, which means some of the users you can keep it in on-premise itself. They have no synchronization with the cloud, Microsoft 365 account or tenant, and some users sync with 365 account. So that is what meant by hybrid environment support. And password synchronization and write back. You can synchronize the password change from the Azure AD back to on-premise AD, ensuring the consistency across both environments. Which means if you change a password in the local Active Directory, that will reflect here in the cloud. And if you make the changes in the cloud, that will reflect that. Password write back will reflect that back to the local Active Directory. That is what meant by password synchronization and write back. And health monitoring is the fifth advantages of having Azure AD Connect in an environment. All right, so this is the reason why we required Azure AD Connect in an environment. Hope you have got an idea about what Azure AD Connect, how it works. Let's move on. All right, now let's learn how to install Azure AD Connect. Before that, let me introduce my environment, my infrastructure to you. I have created an AD server and created a separate OU for Microsoft 365 users sync, and I have created 2 users here. And we are going to sync this particular OU to cloud, to Microsoft 365 account or Azure AD. It is not recommended in a production environment. It is not recommended to sync all the OUs in one shot to Azure AD. That will have a lot of issues, that create a lot of issues. So the best practice is that select the particular OU that has to sync with Azure AD. So here I have created a separate OU that has to sync with Azure AD. I have an Azure AD here, and we have these many uses. We will sync these uses now, like John, Paul, and Joseph. These 2 uses we will sync from this Azure AD Connect. So first thing, we have to install Azure AD Connect. To install that, let's go to any edge, open any edge, and just search for Azure AD Connect to download. Click on the first link that shows here. Here we'll get the Microsoft Entra Connect installation file. You could see the version 2.3.20.0. This is the latest version. It is updated on 15th/7/2024, which means July 15th it is updated. So I'm going to download this. It's downloaded now. So let us install it now. Let me just right click and click on install. Let me minimize all these. Yeah. All right. So we are in the installation page now. Welcome to Azure AD Connect. I agree. Click on continue. You can use either express settings or customize. I always recommend to use customize. Here you can skip all this if you want to specify the custom installation location and use an existing SQL server. So this is not required normally in any environment, not even in the production environment. So you can skip all this and you can start installation. So installation is in progress. All right. All right. So we have, all right. So now user sign in. We have password hash synchronization. What exactly is password hash synchronization? This option allow your users to sign in to the cloud using the same password that they use in on-premise. So whatever password you use in the on-premise, password hash will allow you to use the same password in the cloud. Password hash synchronization does not store or send clear text passwords. See, it doesn't actually store your password. If you, for example, your password is something like password at 123, that is the password you use in the local Active Directory. In the cloud, it does not save that password exactly. Instead of that, it create a hash value there in the cloud, and it save as a hash value in the cloud. So if someone hacking your cloud environment, so they will get only that hash value. They will not come to know what is your exact password. So this is what the password hash synchronization does. For more example, we can just ask to Copilot what is synchronization. Okay, right? Because these concepts are very important to understand. And if you are, sometimes you may have to explain this with your client why how secure Azure AD Connect in your environment. So these are the points which you can deliver to your customer. All right. So what the Copilot says, password hash is a feature Azure AD Connect that help to synchronize a hash of user password from an on-premise AD to your Azure AD. How it works? When a user change their password in the on-premise AD, Azure AD can synchronize a hash of this password to the Azure AD. This is what I was trying to explain that. So when a user changes password, the cloud will not, in the cloud environment, it will not store your password. Instead of that, it will create a hash value there. So this hash of one-way mathematical representation of the password, ensuring the actual password is never exposed. That is what you should understand. This hash is a one-way mathematical representation of the password, ensuring that the actual password is never exposed. Your actual password is not exposed in the cloud. Password will be only on your on-premise environment. It will not get synced to your cloud. Do more research on it and understand how it works. I have given a basic idea about how the password hash synchronization works. All right. So let's proceed. Sorry. Let's click on next. Here, what you have to give, you will have to give your global administrator, which means your Microsoft 365 global admin user ID and password you'll have to give here. So I am providing that here. I think this is my password. Let me just click next. Give your enterprise admin. I'm just giving that. Okay, I think this is my enterprise admin user ID and password. Yeah, it is taken. All right, let me click on next. So I have given my global admin privilege and my enterprise admin. UPN suffix will not match here in my case because I do have a different domain name in Azure AD. So that will not match for me. So I just click on continue without matching all UPN suffixes to verify domain. Let me click on next. All right. Here, this step is very important because we select sync all domains and OU. What will happen? The end users and computers that will get synced with your cloud, with your Azure AD. So what you have to do, you will have to select sync selected domains and OUs and select which OU has to be synced. So in this case, I'm selecting all and selecting only this particular OU. We will create one more OU for the computers, or you can select all the computers, let all the computers get synced with your Azure AD. So for the better practice, you can create another OU and move that usage to that particular OU for to sync that with Azure AD. As it's a test environment, I don't care. I am going to sync all my computers to Azure AD. Let me click on next. Let us go the default settings. There is nothing to be checked here. Let me click on next. So even if it says synchronize all users and devices, whatever you have selected in your sync in the previous step, that will be taking here. Let's click on next. Here, if you required password write back, you can select this. So we should understand what is password write back. So let us ask Copilot what is Password write back. What is password write back? So password write back is nothing but whatever changes you make in the Azure AD that will sync back to your on-premise. That is what password write back. But still, we will ask to Copilot to get more information about this. So password write back is a feature that Azure AD Connect that allow password changes made in the Azure Active Directory to be returned back to your on-premise Active Directory. So that's what I said. Whatever changes you make in the Azure Active Directory, whatever changes you make in the cloud, that will write back to your on-premise. How it works: when a user changes or reset their password in the Azure AD, the new password is synchronized back to your on-premise in the real time. So if you required the changes to be synchronized back to your on-premise, you can select this. So when you select this, a bi-directional password sync will happen. Like whatever you make changes in the local Active Directory, that will sync to your cloud with password hash. Whatever changes you make in the cloud, in the Azure AD, that will write back to your on-premise also. So we are selecting both and I'm clicking on next. So understanding the concept is very important. Without knowing that, please do not do any tick marks or any configurations. So if you check this, start the synchronization process. When the configuration complete, it will start synchronizing then and there. So as it's a test environment, I don't have anything to be worried about. Whether it is sing or do not sing, I don't mind. But when it comes to your production environment, you have to be very careful here. But as you have selected a particular OU, there is nothing to be worried about. Only that particular OU will get synced to your Azure AD. So you can tick mark and click on install. So it may take some time. Now it is conferring the single sign-on. Updating the synchronization rules, configuring guardianvilla.com. How the configuration completed successfully. There was no error. But recently, when I installed Microsoft Azure AD Connect on a production environment for a client, what happened? It was throwing me an error. It was not completing. It was throwing an error. So what I did, I just logged a ticket with Microsoft. So what they have recommended, we have to enable TLS 1.2 for that this particular link they have shared to me. And what they did, they asked me to run this particular PowerShell script in that Azure AD Connect server. So you have to copy this and just run it. What it exactly does, it sets some TLS value in that. What this command will do, it will verify whether TLS 1.2 has been enabled or not. So for to do that, you can copy this command and run in the PowerShell. So it should show a value like this. System default TLS version should be 1. Sync user strong crypto should be 1. So this should be as it's shown in this particular figure. If not, what you have to do, you will have to run the second script to enable TLS 1.2. You have to copy and paste it, run in the Azure AD Connect server, and you will get this particular values on that server. So in my case, I haven't received any error. This was successful and it got synced. So that's it. Let me click on exit. Now the Azure AD Connect has been installed and configured successfully. John and Joseph. These are the two users that are synced from. So these are the two users that are synced from on-premise. Jojo and Joseph. John, Paul, and Joseph. These two users are synced from on-premise. So we have successfully synced AD users to cloud. If you check in the cloud, you could see that two users, John and Joseph, in the cloud. But there is an issue here. The suffix of that user shows a different value here. It doesn't show gardenvilla dot on Microsoft.com. You may remember while we configuring the Azure AD Connect, it was giving that UPN suffix was not detected properly because my on-premise ID is gardenvilla1.com and my cloud it is gardenvilla.com. So there is a mismatch. So uh, it is not synced in the proper way. How we can fix this issue? I have done it purposefully to show you how you can create a UPN suffix and do the syncing. So if both the domains are in the same name, then this issue will not occur at all. But to create that issue, I have created a separate name in the local Active Directory and separate in the cloud, and we got that error. So how we can fix that? To fix it, let us go to Active Directory domain and trust. We click on that, run as administrator, and right click on the Active Directory domain and trust. Right click and go to properties and add a suffix here. Yeah, right now I have added a suffix here in the name gardenvilla.com. In case if you have another domain, you want to add that suffix here, you will have to add it here like icg.com or something, whatever domain you have, you can add it here. So what happens when you before you sync that user, for example, I have two users here, Joseph and John Paul. I'm selecting that user that has to sync with your Azure AD. Right click, go to properties, come to account. Here you can select the that UPN suffix. Once if you add it in the domain trust, domain account trust, you can add it here. So what we do, we will we will delete this user from here. We'll use this John Paul and Joseph from the cloud. Going to delete this. So both those users are gone from the cloud. Now we'll come back here and we have changed the suffix, the name of guardianvilla.com, apply, okay. We will do for the second user, come here, go to properties, go to account. Here you can select the next suffix, proper suffix and apply it. Normally, when you make a changes here, it may take 30 minutes to sync to your cloud. Sync it immediately. What you have to do, you will have to open a Windows PowerShell, just run as administrator and run this command. Start -ad sync cycle -policy type delta and enter. So the sync was successful. Now if you refresh it, you could see that particular user here. See, now if you check it out, yeah, you could see that two users here, Joseph and John Paul. If you check here, you could see now this is in john at gardenvilla.com. The proper suffix is there available. So this is the way, and if you check for the other user also, you could see that Joseph. Yes. So this is the way how you can sync users to Azure AD. In our previous videos, we have seen about the prerequisites of Azure Administrator, manage identities and governance in Azure. Now in this video, let us get into a new module which is nothing but AC104 configure and manage virtual network for Azure Administrator. So in this module, we learn about the virtual network, its subnetting, public IP address. So all that we will be discussing in this particular module. So if you get into the Azure portal, from the home, you can get virtual network, or you can search here and search for virtual network, and both these will land on this particular page, virtual network. In my portal, you could see two virtual network. One is for DC-VNet and the other one is for Parivahan-VNet. And both these are in separate VNet and it cannot communicate each other unless we create a connection between these two VNet through peering or some other way. So let us create a virtual network. So let me click on create a virtual network. That will take you into this particular page. Here you have to give the subscription and resource group. So before creating a virtual network, let us understand what is this virtual network, why we required it, what all advantages we have, how we can plan it. All these let us discuss first before we create a virtual network. Azure Virtual Network are essential component. It is written here. It's a fundamental building block for a private network in Azure. If you required a private network in Azure, you required a virtual network. Without a virtual Azure Virtual Network or VNet, you cannot build a private network in Azure. They also allow different Azure resources to securely communicate with each other. We all know that network is the one which allow all the resources to communicate each other. The same with Azure. Here, whatever resources you have, you may be having a virtual. If you check my all resources, you could see a virtual machine. Let it load it. Here you could see different resources like database, disk, virtual machine, public IP address, network interface. It can be your database, storage. It can be the storage account. So whatever resources you have, if it want to communicate each other securely through internet or on-premise network, it required a virtual network. Suppose you work for a company in a healthcare industry. Your company is looking to migrate their on-premise infrastructure to Azure. In your healthcare industry, in your on-premise network, you do have database servers, application servers, domain controller, and many other servers in your on-premise. And you are looking to migrate these on-premise infrastructure to Azure, right? They want to ensure secure communication between their resources in Azure and their on-premise network. The company is also concerned about the scalability and availability. By using Azure Virtual Network, they can create a private network in Azure and securely connect the resources. So this is the relevance of Azure Network. So let's get back to the home and virtual networks, and let me click on create. A major incentive for adopting cloud solution like Azure is to enable information technology department to transition server resources to cloud. Moving resources to the cloud can save money and simplify administrative operations. Relocating your resources from on-premise to the cloud can remove the need to maintain an expensive data center with uninterruptible power supplies, generators, multiple fail safes, clustered database servers. So if you are maintaining a data center, you will have to maintain all this. But if you migrate these resources to Azure, it simplifies all these. So before we do anything, let us create a test virtual network and see what all things you require to create it, how we can create a virtual network. All right. So let's select, I have clicked on the create virtual. Let me start from the beginning. I just come to the virtual network. You can get it from the home or you can search it from on the search bar. And once you land over here, you can create one. You have to give it the subscription name. Here you have to provide the resource group. If you want to put it in a separate resource group, you can create a new resource group here and add it that there. I want to put this virtual network in the stellar new resource group. Here you can give a virtual network name. You can give some meaningful name for the virtual network. Here I provide it as VNet Lab 1. I give the virtual network name as VNet Lab 1. The region I select as West Europe. Let me click on next for the IP address. So once you reach on IP address, now you have option to add subnet, and here there is a message. This address prefix overlaps with the virtual network parivahan-vnet. If you need to peer this virtual network, change the address space. So here you have to understand about the subnet. Let us try to understand with this Word document. A subnet is basically a smaller or segmented portion of larger network. In our context of Azure Virtual Network, when we create a VNet, you define a big IP address range. For example, 10.0.0.0/66. Here, if you check it out, you could see a large IP address pool. It is having almost 65,536 addresses. It has further sliced into a subnet which is only having 256 IP addresses, which start from 10.0.0.0 to 256, and it is allocated for this Parivahan VNet, some other network. So for us, let us create another subnet. So if you check it out, as we have given /24, we get almost 256 IP addresses. So in your case, if you do not require such 256 IP address, if you require only some 30 IP address or some 10 IP address, in that case, you can slice it as you require. For example, now we are going to create a subnet. So we are going to create a add subnet. We're going to add a subnet. So here, the first thing, what is a subnet purpose? For what purpose you create the subnet? You have option like default, Azure Bastion, Azure Firewall, Firewall Management, Virtual Network, Route Server. There is a dedicated subnet for Azure Bastion, dedicated subnet for Azure Firewall, Firewall Management, Virtual Network, and Route Server. So in our purpose, if you are using for the general purpose, you have to select default. So there is a dedicated subnet for Azure Bastion, Azure Firewall, and all these. If you are using for general purpose, you can select default, and you can name the default what purpose you use it. In our case, we use the subnet for lab purpose, so we name it as subnet lab. So our IP address, IPv4 range is from, which is this pool, which is a large pool that is defined by default. Default they give /16 a large pool. You can further slice it down. As it is already taken from 0.0 to 255, the first 256 IP address, it is already given for some other VNet. Now the next starting is from 1.0. 1.0. You can select /24, which means you get almost 256 IP address. If you do not require /24 IP addresses, then you can go with, you can further slice it down. If you want required only 16 IP address or 8 IP address, you can select it here accordingly. For example, I required only some 16 IP address, then I select /28. So I get the IP address between 1.0 to 1.15, and I'm going to add that. So I got a separate, we have created a separate subnet here, subnet-lab, and it has some 16 IP addresses. Before moving further, let us just read the theory part of given in the document about create subnet. They have given a video over here to for the better understanding. Things to know about the subnet. There are certain conditions for the IP address in virtual network when you apply the segmentation with subnet. Each subnet contains a range of IP address that fall within the virtual network IP address space. The IP address for the subnet must be unique within the address space for the virtual network. The range for the one subnet can overlap with the other subnet IP address range with same virtual network. And here you can see some segmentations that is given over here. There are certain reserved addresses. For each subnet, Azure reserves 5 IP addresses. For each subnet, Azure reserves 5 IP addresses. The first 4 addresses and the last addresses are reserved. So let us examine this particular range. So in that, the first one, which is 1.0, this value identifies the virtual network address, and 1.1 Azure configures this address as the default gateway. 1.1 will be for the default gateway. 1.2 and 1.3 are for DNS IP address to the virtual network space, and the last IP address 1.255, this value supplies the virtual network broadcast addresses. So each subnet Azure reserves 5 IP addresses. So these are some theoretical part which you should know about before moving forward. Let me just click on next and review and create it. So validation passed. Let me create it. All right, the VNet has been created. Let me go back to the resources. So here under VNet, you could see a new VNet over here, and it is under the resource group Stellar New, and this is the address space. If you come here, you could see the subnet, which is subnet.lab. You get 511 IP address. Available IPs are only 11. We have 16, but 5 is reserved. That's the reason why you get only 5 available IP addresses. Let me again go back to the home and virtual network. Yes, here you could see the newly created. The other question comes in our mind: does the cost involved in this virtual network? While we create a virtual network, does it cost anything in Azure? There can be costs associated with the Azure Virtual Network, but just creating a basic VNet without extra services is usually free. For example, VNet itself is free. Whatever VNet you are creating here, it is free of cost. Subnet inside the VNet is free. We have created certain subnet here inside this VNet, that also is free. Whatever subnet you see here, it is free of cost. Then private IP assigned to the VM is free. Network security group that we learn in further, that also is free. So where the cost is involving, components that do cost. So where the cost is involving, when we are VNet peering, connecting two VNet together has a small cost per GB traffic. If you are connecting two VNet, consider you have two different VNets here. If you are connecting these two VNet together, then through VNet peering, then the cost involves the then VPN gateway required for connecting Azure VNet to on-premise network. If you are creating some VPN gateway, yes, it is cost is involved in that. If you are using Express route dedicated for private connection to Azure, then you can use Express route. Then the cost is involved in that. Then if you are using public IP address, if you assign a static or public IP address to a VM or load balancer, when it comes to a public IP address, cost is involved in that. Azure firewall or network virtual appliances, yes, cost is involved. Then data transfer cost. Inbound data to Azure usually free, but outbound data are charged per GB. So these are the areas where cost is involved related to virtual network. While creating a virtual network like this, cost is not involved in that. You can create the virtual network, you can create the subnet, cost is not involved. But when we are creating a site to site VPN, for that you are creating a virtual gateway. When you are doing all that, cost is involved. That's it. In this video, we are into creating the public IP address. What is public IP address? How we can create it? How we can associate with that resources? And what is the difference between dynamic and static IP? Static public IP address, how it behaves? All that we will be seeing in this particular video. In the documentation, it starts from creating the public IP address, and so much theory is given over here. We will directly get into the practical. We will create a public IP address, and all this theory we will discuss while creating the public IP address. We are in the Azure portal, and here we can create the public IP address in two ways. Either you can search in the search bar for public IP address, select this, and here you can create a public IP address. While creating the public IP address, it will be an independent, it will be independent, it won't be associated with any resources. So in this way, you can create an public IP address, or while creating a resources. For example, when you are creating a virtual machine, then and there you have an option to create the public IP address that will be automatically will be associated with that virtual machine. We will see both the way how to create the public IP address, both the way of creating the public IP address and associate and disassociated that with any resources. Let's independently create a public IP address and associate that with any resources. I'm going to create a public IP address here. Let me click on create. Here you have to select the resource group and the subscription resource group and region, and you will have to name the public IP address. So here in the theory they have mentioned that enter the name to identify the IP address. You can give any name here to identify this IP address, but the things that you remember that the name must be unique which within the resource group you select. In this resource group, it should be unique. There should not be any other public IP address with the same name. For example, if you are giving lab public IP, then this name should not be there for any other public IP address in this resource group. This is what mentioned in this particular line. And here you have an option SKU. Select the SKU. SKU of the public IP address including basic or standard. The value must match SKU of the Azure load balancer with the which address is used. By default, here you can see only standard. Presently, you won't be able to see any basics. So I just checked in the documentation they have given, there can be basic, including basic and standard. But while creating now, I could see only standard. So I searched it in the Google why it shows only the standard. So the answer is that basic SKU public IP address retirement. It is already got retired. Presently, there is no basic SKU. It is there, but they are planning to retire it in on 13 September 2025. Basic SKU public IP address will be retired in Azure. You can continue using existing basic SKU public IP address until then. However, will no longer be able to create a new one after 31st March 2025. This is already given in their official document. They are asking us to upgrade basic public IP address to standard SKU in Azure. And how you can do that, they have given in their official documentation. Here in the documentation, they have discussed the difference between the features of basic SKU and standard SKU. As the basic SKU doesn't remain as of now, we will discuss only about standard SKU. IP assignment will be static. If you check it out here, as we are in the IP assignment, there is no dynamic option is not there. Dynamic option was there only with the basic SKU. With the standard SKU, we have only static. This document they have mentioned IP assignment will be static for standard. Basic, it can be static or dynamic. And security, secure by default, close to inbound traffic. Resources, network interface, VPN gateways, application network interface or public standard load balancer. Resources, it can be network interfaces or public standard load balancers. Redundancy, zone redundant by default. These are the features of standard SKU given in the documentation. All right, let's proceed further by creating the public IP address. Availability zone, it can be zone redundant, no zone or zone redundant. Regional and global options are here. Standard SKU, we do not have an option for dynamic. Routing preference, Microsoft Network or Internet, we select it as Microsoft Network, and we select all other options as it is and review and create it. So review is going on. It is validating it and validation got passed. Now I'm going to create an IP public IP address. It got created right now. Let us go back to the resources. Here you could see the public IP in the name of lab PIP, and this is the IP address. It is not associated to none of the devices. So what we can do, we can go back to the virtual machine. What I will do, I will go back to one of the virtual machine, and here you could see a virtual machine in the name of Parivahan. What I will do, I will disassociate its public IP address and will associate newly created public IP address with this virtual machine. Here you could see a public IP address that is associated with this virtual machine. So what I am going to do, I will disassociate this public IP address and will associate our newly created public IP. How we can do that? Let us see. Let us see, here you have an option to disassociate it. So I am going to disassociate it. Let me click on yes. So what happened? This public IP address will be detached, will be disassociated with this virtual machine. Now this virtual machine will not have any public IP address. If you refresh it, if you go back to the virtual machine, Parivahan, and if you check it, you could not see any of the public IP address here. Now let us associate the newly created public IP with this virtual machine. For that, you can go to the public IP address. Let me just go to the public IP address and let me select the lab public IP address which I created. And here you have the option to associate it. Let me click on associate. Resource type is network interface of that particular virtual machine. Network NIC card. We are going to associate with the network interface with the NIC card of that virtual machine. Let us collect the network interface card details. Let me go here to the virtual machine. Here in the network settings. So this is the network interface of this particular virtual machine, Parivahan 232 underscore Z1 primary. So let us go here and select for that. The issue was with the not with the resource group, issue was with the location. The public IP address which we created was in the location of West Europe, and our virtual machine Parivahan hyphen is in Central India. That's the reason why we were not able to associate that with the Parivahan IP. So this time we will create a public IP address on the Central India location, and let's try to associate it. I just click on create, and here instead of region West Europe, I select it as Central India. I select the region as Central India and name it as same like lab and lab PIP, lab public IP address, and all the other things we remain as it is, and let us review and create it. Validation passed. Let me create it again. So the deployment is in progress. The public IP address has been created. Now let's go back to the resource. Here you could see the resource group, location, SKU, IP address, all that you could see here. We are going to associate this particular public IP with the virtual machine Parivahan. We have removed the public IP address from that virtual machine. Now we are associating this public IP address with that virtual machine. Let me select on associate, and here we are associated with the network interface. If you check it out here, now you can see Parivahan 232 underscore Z1. This is the network interface of this machine Parivahan. So we are associating that with Parivahan. Click on OK. It got saved. So it can be in any resource group, but it should be in the same location. If it is in a different location, you cannot associate resources. If the resource in one region and public IP address created in other region, then you cannot associate the resource with the public IP address. We learned that now. Let's go back to the virtual machine and see it. So we go to the Parivahan virtual machine. Here you could see the public IP address now, which is newly created lab PIP. Yes. So in this way, you can associate and disassociate the public IP address to any resources. The other way of using public IP address is that you can create the resource, and while creating the resource, for example, if you are creating a virtual machine, while creating the virtual machine itself, you can associate the public IP. For example, if when I am creating a virtual machine here, while I am while I come to this tab networking, here you can uh, either associate or you can create a new one and associate that with that resource while creating the virtual machine itself. These are the two ways of associating a public IP address with any resources. All right, let's go back to the document and let's see have we missed something. IP address assignment, and there are two type of IP address: dynamic IP address and static IP address. Dynamic address are assigned after public IP address is associated to an Azure resource and is started for the first time. Dynamic address can be changed if the resource such as virtual machine is stopped in the case, deallocated and restarted through Azure. Then dynamic address can change. The address remains the same if the virtual machine is rebooted or stopped from the guest OS. From the inside the virtual machine as an OS like this, when you restart the machine, guest OS, if you are restarting, you don't lose the dynamic address. But from here, from the Azure portal, if you are deallocating or stopping the virtual machine, it may lose the public IP address if you are giving us dynamic address. Static address are assigned when public IP address is created. Static address are not released until public address resource is deleted. Unless we delete that, it will not be released. If the address is not associated to the resource, you can change the assignment method after the address is created. That's all about static and dynamic. We do not have to think about dynamic now because presently we have only standards queue. Standards queue automatically provide us the static address. So from September 13th onwards, we have only standards queue. So we will have, while creating the virtual machine or while creating the public address, it automatically taken as static. That is what this document says. I provide these details as 17th 8 2025 in August 17th. It may have changes in the future, but as of now, basic public IP address, they are discontinued on they have discontinued it, they have retired it, and we think they provide only standards queue, and standards queue is only having static IP. Now a question arises in our mind: does the cost involved in creating public IP address in Azure? The answer is yes. Creating public IP address in Azure does involve cost, but it depends upon the SKU, whether it is standard or basic. But the cost again depends upon the SKU, standard or basic, or the IP type, whether it is static or dynamic, and how long it's allocated. According to that, cost also vary. If it is dynamic IP, which is only with basis queue, which is discontinued now, free while not associated but charged when bound to a resource. But this option you can ignore it because presently the basis queue option is retired in Microsoft as per their official document. Standard IP always build as long as it is reserved, even if it is not in use. Static IP is reserved IP. That is the reason it is always built as long as it is reserved, even if it is not in use. In today's video, we discuss about network security group. We lay network security group through the help of practical in Azure portal, and we will be covering all this theory while doing the practical session in the Azure portal. First of all, let us search for the network security group in the Azure portal. For that, I search network security groups. So here you could see network security group. Let me click on that. In my tenant, you could see a lot of NSG here, like DC1-NSG, Exchange Server-NSG, Lab NSG, and Paiva NSG, Test VM NSG, and you could see nearly 5 NSG group here. Actually, this is not the right practice. What I have done, when I create a virtual machine, I create separate NSG for each virtual machine. This is not the right practice, as it is a test environment and we create the virtual machine for different purpose. I create NSG along with the virtual machine. But when it comes to the production environment, it is not the right practice to create NSG separately for each VM, each resources. Rather, we create an NSG and apply it to the subnet, then it get applied to the resources in that subnet. So that would be the right practice to use network security group. All right. Before we create a network security group, let us understand the definition of network security group. What does it mean by, what is the definition of network security group? Network security groups are a way to limit network traffic to resources in your virtual network. Network security group contains a list of security rules that allow or deny inbound and outbound network traffic. So this is the definition given in the documentation related to network security group. It can be similar to the firewall, but we cannot compare network security group and firewall. Firewall has got a lot of features, but where network has very limited features. But in a way, you can say it is similar to network firewall. A network security group in Azure is a security filter that controls inbound and outbound traffic to the Azure resources. Even firewall also does the inbound outbound traffic to our network. The same way, network security group does a security filter between inbound and outbound traffic to the Azure resources. Here it is Azure resources such as virtual machine, subnet, using a set of allow and deny rules based on the source, destination, port, and protocol. So according to the allow and deny rule that has set in the NSG, network security group, we filter the security inbound, outbound traffic to the Azure resources. That's the reason why I said it can be compared to the firewall, but in fact, firewall has got a lot of features. We can never compare a network security group with Azure firewall, but ultimately what both of them does is the same thing. That controls the inbound outbound traffic. So that is what the definition of network security group. Now let us create a network security group and understand more about it. So let us create a network security group. For that, I click on create button here. Here you have the option to select the subscription and resource group. I select it in under Stellar new resource group and I name it like lab nsg2 because we already have a lab nsg1, so I created 2. Region I select as West Europe. Next we go to tags. If you want to tag it, you can tag that, review and create it. So I'm going to click on create. NSG has been created now. Let me go to resources. So this is the NSG that we created just now. And here you have the option to attach it with a network interface, with a NIC or with a subnet. Here you can associate with any of the virtual machine NIC or with any subnet. So presently what I do, I am going to attach this particular NSG with the subnet. So here we have the option to associate it. I click on associate. It load the virtual network and the subnet. If you select this particular virtual network, it load its own subnet. I want to associate with DC1 VNet and the default subnet. Let me click on OK. So what happened? This particular NSG has got associate with default subnet of DC virtual network VNet. Let me go to the virtual machine that comes under this particular subnet. So I go to the virtual machine and here I could see DC1. This machine is under that particular VNet and the subnet. So you could see the private IP address here. So if you go to the networking and network setting, now I am in the DC1 network setting. Here you could see the network security group that we have attached right now to the subnet default that even got attached to this particular DC1. Apart from that, you could see one more network security group that is attached to the network interface card to the NIC of this particular DC. One more NSG has been attached. This got attached while creating this particular VM. Apart from that, we have attached now from the subnet. 2 NSG has been attached to the same resource. So how it is going to work, which one take precedence, so all that let us see as of now. Before that, let us just see some of the theoretical part that is given in the document. Things to know about network security group. A network security groups contain a list of security rules that allow, deny inbound and outbound network traffic. As we know, network security group contains a list of security rules that allow or deny, either it allow some security rule or it deny inbound or outbound network traffic. So here you could see some of the default rules, and which is grayed out here. We cannot even delete or edit these default rules. 65,000 to 65,500, both for the inbound and outbound. We have some default security rules. Network security group can be associated to subnet and interface. We already discussed a network NSG group can be associated to a subnet, either to a subnet and or a network interface. Next point is network security group can be associated multiple times. You create a network security group and define security rule in the Azure portal, so that those things are mentioned. Let's go back to the portal. Now I'm going to turn on this particular VM NSG that associate with the NIC card. We have written a RDB rule which allow the RDB access to this particular VM. And in this newly created NSG and associate attached to the subnet, we do not have any rules for the RDB. Now let us start the machine and try to take the machine RDB and see whether we are able to get the RDB of this particular VM. This is the public IP address. Let me start this machine first and copy this. Let the machine get started first. Starting the virtual machine. Let's wait for that. Yeah, the machine got started now. So let me just try to take the RDP here, whether I'm able to take RDB of this particular VM. Yeah. Now this is not allowing us to access the VM through remote session. So this is not allowing us to take the system remote because we do not have a rule here for to take the RDB in this subnet level. So card level, yes, it is allowed, but in the subnet, when it reached to the subnet, we do not have a rule to allow the RDB. So NSG processing, network security group processing logic. Both subnet and NSG and NIC NSG are evaluated. When you have associated the NSG to the resources from the subnet and from the NIC, so both are evaluated. Traffic must be allowed from both for it to pass. It should be allowed from both. It should be allowed from the NSG level and even in the NIC card level to allow the traffic. If either denies, if any one of them it denies, the packets are blocked. That's the reason why we were not able to take the RDB. So what we have to do, we have to create a port rule. So let me create a port rule in this particular NSG. So let me click on create a port rule. We are creating an inbound port rule. So it should be any, let us keep it any. And service we select as RDB and action is allow. Priority is 100. The highest priority is 100. You can keep the other priority number here. I button, it gives us more details. Rules are processed in priority order. The lower number, the higher priority, which means 100 is the highest priority. We recommend leaving gaps between rules 100, 200, 300, etc. So that is easier to add new rules without having to edit existing rules. So 100 is the highest priority, and we are going to create an inbound rule for the RDB now. Let me click on add. Say a new rule has been created now where we allow the RDB. Now if you have other rule here which the priority number is 200 and if you are denying it till the first one, priority number 100 will take precedence because 100 is having high precedence. So if you are creating a new rule here with the priority 200, priority number 200, and if you are denying the RDB access, still this will take the precedence. This is just for your understanding. Okay, let us take the RDB now, MSTSC. This is the public IP. Let me click on connect. This time it should allow us to take the RDB. Yes, now we got the option to, we got the RDB of this machine. So this is the way how NSG group works, and this is all about the rules which we create. Now the other question arises in our mind, does any cost involved with this NSG? So the answer is, in Azure, a network security group itself does not incur any cost. If you are created a network security group itself, it does not incur any cost. However, NSG creation can be indirectly depending on how you use them. If you enable NSG flow logs for traffic analysis, you will incur cost for storage account, Azure Monitor and Log Analytics. But if your NSG creation usage are free, you can create, associate and manage NSG without being billed directly. In summary, NSG is free. NSG flow log plus monitoring is paid for storage and analytic cost. So that is all about network security group. What I suggest, create a network security group and create the rules and check, do all the practical experiments on the test environment and learn more about network security group. Virtual network pairing. Azure Virtual Network Pairing let you connect virtual network in the same or different regions. Azure Virtual Network Pairing provides secure communication between resources in the PA network. As you all know, the resources in the same VNet will be able to communicate each other. For example, here, all the resources in VNet 1 will be able to communicate each other without peering. If there are many virtual machines in this VNet 01, all that will be able to communicate each other without any peering. But when it comes to a different VNet, VNet 02, if the resources in VNet 01 and VNet 02, if it has to communicate each other securely, then we should have to enable peering. How to enable peering, or what are the different types of peering, all that we will be seeing in this video. In my lab environment, I do have 3 virtual machines, DC1, Indian VM and Mail Server 1. DC1 and Mail Server 1 both are in the same resource group and both are in the same VNet. But in the case of Indian VM, this is in different region and at the same time this is in different VNet. So by default, DC1 and Mail Server will be able to communicate each other. First we will check that whether DC1 and Mail Server 1 without any peering will it be able to communicate each other. For that, let me just click on DC1. Alright, so this is the overview of DC1. The private IP address is 10.0.0.4 and this is part of DC1 VNet and the subnet is default. When we check the other virtual machine, Mail Server 1, it is having the IP address 10.0.0.5. It is in the same VNet and the subnet is default, the same subnet. So if you just log into the server, this is the server DC1. If you check the IP config, it is 10.0.0.4. So if I am trying to take the RDB of 10.0.0.5, let's see whether we are able to take the remotes. It is 10.0.0.5, which is mail server, email server 1. So I'm just accessing it. I'm able to access it without any peering. But in the case of the other machine, we do have a third machine here, which is Indian VM. This particular machine is in different private IP. It is in different virtual network and different subnet, and the IP is 10.1.0.4. Let's try to take the remote of this machine. The IP address is 10.1.0.4. Let me try to connect it. By default, we will not be able to connect a VM, a resource that is in different virtual network. So this I won't be able to access it. Let's see. So for that, let me go back to the Azure portal. Right now, let me search for VNet. So here we have the virtual networks. We have 2 virtual networks. One is in DC1-VNet, other one Indian VM VNet. If you check on the first one, DC1 VNet, If you go to the connected devices, here you could see the network interface of both the virtual machines, DC1 and mail server. When we go back to the other virtual network, Indian VM, and go to the connected devices, you could see the network interface of Indian VM, the third VM, and these are not connected each other. Presently, both are not able to communicate each other. So what we will do, we will create a peering. For that, let me click on the first VNet, and here in the left hand side we have an option here for peering. So let me click on peering, and on the top we have an option to add it. Let me click on add. We have to create a peering link name, remote peering link name. I'm going to give the link name as DC1 in Europe. So Europe, I just name it as Europe to India. And virtual network deployment model is resource manager. Subscription, you select the subscription. Here you have to select the virtual network. Virtual network of, see, we are in DC1, so DC1 act as a remote virtual network. So we select the other one, Indian VM VNet. Allow Indian VNet to access DC1 VNet. Only this has to be ticked. Local network, we gave it again the same, India to Europe, and again allow DC1 VNet to access Indian VM VNet. Let me click on add. So it is creating the virtual network peering between both the VNet. Let's wait till it get completed. The configuration and creation is going on in the background. Yep, both got created. If you refresh it, we could see, when we refresh it, we could be able to see the peering sync status is fully synchronized and peering it is connected. Now if you go back to the server and try to access 10.1.0.4, which is the VM which is located in central India. So let us try to access it now. After creating the peering, let me click on connect. Yeah, it is asking for the user ID and password, and I'm giving the password here. Yes, we are able to connect the machine which is located in India. We are taking the remote of that particular virtual machine. So from the machine which is located in Europe and which is in different VNet, we have created the peering, and through the peering we are able to connect the machine which is in the different region and different VNet. So this is the way how you can create and configure peering, VNet peering. Let's see a little more theory about VNet peering. The virtual network peering enable you to seamlessly connect two Azure virtual networks. After the networks are peered, the two virtual networks operate as a single network for connectivity purposes. There are two types of Azure virtual network peering. First one is regional and the other one is global. Just now we have seen how to create the global Azure virtual network peering. The other one is regional peering. So let us try to understand with the help of this picture. Here in this picture, we do have region 1 and region 2, and we have a virtual network in the region 1 and virtual network 2 and 3 in region 2. To communicate these two virtual networks, we can create a virtual network peering in between the region. So this is called a regional network peering. If it was to communicate to the other region, which is virtual network 1, then we have to create a global virtual network peering. Both these virtual network will be able to communicate each other. There are certain things to consider when using Azure virtual network peering. First one is private network connection. When you implement Azure virtual network peering, network traffic between peer virtual network is private. So benefit is it is private network connections. Traffic between the virtual network is kept on Microsoft Azure backbone network. No public internet, gateways or encryption is required in the communication between these virtual network. As we have the virtual network here, If you have paired it, it is a private network connection. No public internet or gateway or encryption is required for the communication between these virtual networks. This is the thing which you have to remember. And the other thing is strong performance. Because Azure network pairing utilizes an Azure infrastructure, you gain low latency, high bandwidth connection between resources in different virtual networks. So we get strong performance, simplified communication, seamless data transfer, no resource disruption. So these are the benefits and things to consider when you're using Azure network pairing. The other thing what we have to understand is that virtual network pairing is non-transitive, which means A and B is connected and B and C is connected. It doesn't mean that A and C can communicate each other. That's what written here. If A and B is paired and B and C is paired, in that case A cannot communicate to C. This is an overall idea about configuring Azure Virtual Network Pairing. In this document, they have given more theoretical area and some more detail they have explained it here. You can go through with this official documentation. And at last, they have given some exercise to be done. Even I suggest to create and do more experiments related to the VNet and VNet pairing so that you will get more clarity on VNet pairing. In today's video, we discuss about Azure Network Watcher. Organization can use Azure Network Watcher to detect and monitor the issues related to network performance of infrastructure as a service resources in Microsoft Azure. Whatever be your infrastructure as a service resource, it can be a VM, storage account, or any network device. It can be any resource that is used as infrastructure as a service in Azure portal, and it is having any issues related to network performance. Azure Network Watcher will help you to detect and monitor those issues. The Network Watcher becomes automatically available when you create virtual network in Azure region in your subscription. When you create a virtual network in an Azure region, it will be automatically available in your Azure portal. Presently, I am in the Azure portal. Let me search for Network Watcher. In my case, it is automatically available here in the Azure services, but still let me search for Network Watcher. Yes, here you could see Network Watcher. Let me click on that. It takes me to the Network Watcher. And here you could see two Network Watcher automatically created in my Azure portal. And both are for different region. One for Central India and other one for West Europe. If I have one more region in my tenant, for example, if I have a other region in US, in that case, one more Network Watcher will be created as Network Watcher _ US or the region name. That is what mentioned here. Network Watcher becomes automatically available when you create a virtual network in Azure region in your subscription. Let's go on. As a definition for the Azure Network Watcher, you can say it provides a suite of tools to monitor, diagnose, view metrics, and enable disable logs for Azure infrastructure as a service resources. A suite of tools for monitoring purpose and for the diagnosis purpose, view the metrics, and to enable disable logs for Azure infrastructure as a service resources. All right, that could be the definition for Azure Network Watcher. Let's try to understand Azure Network Watcher with the help of a scenario. I have created a simple scenario here. I've got a application server and hosted a website, a shopping website in this application server. You name it as My Shop app. You can purchase things through this shop. Consider that website is hosted in this application server. It has got a database server, and by somehow there is a problem. The VM cannot connect to the database.
This application server cannot connect to the database server. So I want to troubleshoot why it is not able to communicate to the database server. Where is the blockage? Where is the what exactly happening? Till which hope it is data is transferring, where it is blocked. So I want to troubleshoot all that. In that scenario, network watcher comes in picture and it will help you with the exact idea where it is blocking, where the traffic is get blocked. For example, in this scenario, you can use connection troubleshoot, next hop, NST diagnostic. These are some of the network watcher tool that help us to troubleshoot our issue. Connection troubleshoot. Check if the VM can reach to the database server. If it fails, it shows where the problem is. Connection troubleshoot. Next hop. It verifies if traffic from the VM is actually going to the database server or somewhere else. We will practically see these three things in our Azure portal and we'll understand that. So among the different suite of tools, these are the three. There are many tools which help us to find out and troubleshoot the network performance issues. If we move on, we could see network watcher consists of three major set of tools and capabilities. Network watcher has mainly three major set of tools. First set is called monitoring tools. There are two in that, topology and connection monitor. Second set is called network diagnostic tool. All these comes under that. And we have the third major set of tool, which is traffic, and these two comes under that. So as I told you, network watcher is a suite of tools, and in that suite of tool you can again separate it three major set of tools. One is for monitoring, the other one is for network diagnostic tools and traffic, and these are the tools. Let's go to the Azure portal and see these tools. So if we come back to the Azure portal and check for the network watcher, you could see the monitoring tools. There are two tools for monitoring. One is topology and other one is connection monitor. As per the official, this picture I have taken from the Microsoft official document. These two are the monitoring tools. It is given here topology and connection monitor. And network diagnostic tool, all these are network diagnostic tool. IP flow verify, NS diagnostic, next hop, VPN troubleshoot, packet capture. So whatever is mentioned here, and the other one is traffic, flow logs and traffic analytics. Traffic analytics here it is given under monitor, but it is as per definition wise it comes under traffic set of tools. And the other one is flow logs. So traffic analytics and flow logs comes under traffic set of tools. All right. So it is not possible for me to go through with all the tools, but instead we will see two or three tools and see how it works. Let's see that now. First, let us check the topology. Actually, the topology tool provides a visualization of entire network for understanding the network configuration. So topology can be said, for a better understanding, we can say it as a high level map of our network devices. In our case, we do have a two region. One is in West Europe, other one in Central India, and it is connected each other through peering. So that is what this particular topology shows. If you click on the particular one, it gives us more details about that region, connectivity, all that. If you go to the Microsoft document about network watcher topology tool, it says there the topology capabilities of Azure Network Watcher allow you to view all following resources in virtual network, including the resources associated to the resources in virtual network and the relationship between those resources. So it gives a high level map of your entire network. It provides the subnet details, network interface, network security groups, load balancer health props, public IP address, and all these resources in virtual network. It will give you a overall picture, a graphical representation of your network. That's what topology. Now let us see the NSG diagnostic. In my previous video, we have learned about network security group. Through NSG diagnostic, we will be able to troubleshoot the network performance issues. Let's practically see one of that. I'm going to connect target resource. I connect it as DC1, and protocol, let it be any. Source type, we just mentioned from DC1, it is 10.0.0.4, and we have one more server called email server. I'll just show you that. In my environment, I do have 3 virtual machine. One is DC1, the IP address is 10.0.0.4, and the mail server one, it is 0.5. So what I'm going to do here, the target resource is DC1, and the source type and source IP address is I'm giving the mail server IP address, which is 10.0.0.5. Destination port, I make it as 3389, which is RDB port. So from what I'm doing from the mail server, I'm checking the RDB connection to the DC1. Let me just check that. Run NSG diagnostic, whether I'm able to take RDB from mail server 1 to DC1. I'm checking the diagnostic. I'm using NSG diagnostic tool in Network Watcher to verify that. So let me click on run NSG diagnostic. All right, now it has given as a result, it is denied, and you could read here, traffic will be allowed if all NSG allow it. DC1 NSG is denied. If you go to the details, you get more details on that about the NSG diagnostic. We will see the next tool, which is next hop. Next hop means next network path, which is the next network point. So let us see that this is the other tool which helps us to find the network performance issues. So let me just select the subscription, and I select the resource group. I select the resource group as Indian RG, and I am trying to connect and I'm trying to verify which is the next hop, next network point from the source IPs from Indian VM to my DC1. DC1 IP address, it is 10.0.0.4. Let me just check for the next hop. I click on that. Yes, we got the result. See, here it is saying next hop is virtual network peering. Next hop allow you to detect routing issues. It checks if traffic is routed correctly to the intended destination. It provides you with information about next hop type, IP address, and route table ID for the specific destination IP address. So route table ID is system route, and next hop is virtual network peering. So what exactly happening from Indian VM to DC is in West Europe. There is a virtual network peering between these two, and it is giving the result as next hop type is virtual network peering. So instead of we give our VM IP, I'm giving IP internet IP, like I'm giving Google DNS IP 8.8.8.8. Let's see what is the result it is going to give us. Let me click on next hop. All right, here next hop type is internet. Through internet, it is communicating from 10.1.0.4 to DNS, Google DNS IP, and route table is system route. So this way, next hop will help you to troubleshoot the issues related to network performance. Now check the third one, connection troubleshoot. Before getting to connection troubleshoot, what connection troubleshoot exactly does, we'll just go through with that. Connection troubleshoot exactly does, it is explained here. Network Watcher connection troubleshoot provides the capability to check direct TCP or ICMP connection from virtual machine, application gateway, or bastion host to the VM, fully qualified domain name, URL, or IP address. You can specify the destination VM by using FQDN, a URL, or an IP address. If the connection is successful, information about the communication appears, including the latency in milliseconds, the number of probe packets sent, the number of hops in the complete route to the destination. So let us just try it. Source type, I mentioned it as virtual machine. You have all these options here: virtual machine, scale set, application gateway, bastion, host. I select virtual machine. Let me select the source virtual machine as DC1. Destination type, again I select virtual machine itself. Here I select the different virtual machine, Indian VM. Protocol, you have both these protocol, TCP and ICMP. Preferred IP version, I mention it as both. You can mention, if you want only IP4, you can IPv4, you can mention that. Destination port, I mentioned that 3389. So this information is enough to do a diagnostic test. So let me click on that. Here select all the diagnostic tests which you wish to run. Here it does all these diagnostic tests like connectivity, NST diagnostic, next hop, and port scanner. All that it is done, and it is giving me a detailed result here. Connectivity test, as it is reachable with average latency of this and minimum latency of 122 milliseconds. So it is giving the connectivity, it is doing the connectivity test. Then it checks the NST diagnostic. Outbound communication to the destination is allowed. Inbound NST, it is denied here. And next hop, it is through virtual network peering. So instead of checking NST, next hop, in single connection troubleshoot, you can do all these diagnostic check. And as I mentioned here, it is not possible to go through all the network watcher tool. What I suggest, create a free account in Azure portal and do all this experiment in your lab and understand about all these tools. Practically, you verify and understand about all these tools. Let's go back to the theoretical. Let's go back to my PPT and proceed further. Now we got an overall idea about what is Azure Network Watcher and what are the different tools that Azure Network Watcher has. Now, when to use Azure Network Watcher? Azure Network Watcher is useful when you are attempting to troubleshoot network issues related to Azure IaaS products. For example, you can use tools included in Azure Network Watcher in the following scenarios. They have given 3 different scenarios when Azure Network will be useful. The first one, resolve the connectivity issues related to infrastructure as a service VMs. If 2 VMs are having some connectivity issues, you can use Network Watcher to understand to troubleshoot the connectivity issues between those 2 VMs. The second use is that troubleshoot the VPN connection. If you want to troubleshoot any VPN connectivity issues, you can use Azure Network Watcher. And the third one, determine cross-region network latencies between 2 regions, like one region in Central India, other region is West Europe. And if you want to determine the cross-region network latencies, Network Watcher will help you to find out the network latency issues. You can find out through Azure Network Watcher. So this is the use case of, these are the use cases of Azure Network Watcher. In our previous videos, we were discussing about Azure Network. We have completed that module. Today, we enter into a new module, is nothing but Azure Storage. Azure Storage is Microsoft's cloud storage solution for modern data storage scenarios. Azure Storage offers massively scalable object store for data object. It provides a file system service for the cloud, a messaging store for reliable messaging, and non-SQL store. Let's put it in a simple language. You can think of it as a place in the cloud, a place in cloud where you can safely keep all kinds of data. You can keep here in the cloud, you can keep all kinds of data that can be called as Azure storage. This will be a simple explanation for Azure storage. It is flexible, can handle huge amount of information. When it comes to on-premise, when it comes to your machines, you have a limitation for the storage. But when it comes to Azure storage, it is scalable, it is flexible, and can handle huge amount of information. With Azure storage, you can store files, document, just like you do it on your computer or server. The same way you can store, share big set of data like photos, videos, or backups, send and receive messages between application reliably, even use it as database for apps that need fast, flexible data storage. So all these purpose you can use Azure storage. There are mainly three categories of data that support Azure storage. Azure storage as supporting three categories of data. One is called structured data, the other one is unstructured data, and the third one is virtual machine data. Through this picture, let's try to understand that. First one is virtual machine data, which is nothing but we create a virtual machine. In that virtual machine, we have disk and file. We can store the data in the disk or in the file. So this is called virtual machine data. The other one is called unstructured data. Unstructured data is nothing but blob storage, where you can store your photos, your videos, your PDF files, your music, audio files, whatever, which is in a which doesn't have a structure. So those data can be stored in the Azure storage. And the third one is nothing but structured data. Structured data, it is better to understand like SQL database, Cosmos DB, or Azure table storage, which has a structure. A table and database has got a structure. So that kind of data is called structured data. So all these three kind of data can be stored in the Azure storage. So first of all, we should have a storage account. And in the storage account, either you can create a container for the blobs. In the blobs, you can store images, documents, videos, audios, big data, backup files, database, logs. Any unstructured data, you can store it in the container. It's called blob storage. And we have table. The second one is table, which is it's a little more structured way, like name equal to this, email address is this, like how you write the database query, but it is something different. Then queue, files is nothing but in the virtual machine files like directories, how you have in a disk in a machine. First thing is to creating a storage account in the Azure portal. Let's discuss one more thing. When to create a storage account? Does it always we create a storage account for the data storage in cloud? Let's see that. If you want to use Azure storage service like Blob storage, Azure files, queues, table, data lake, etc., you must create a storage account. For using all this, you must create a storage account. A storage account is basically the container or a house where all storage services and data live. Without it, you cannot directly upload or save files data in the Azure storage. For all these type of data, it is required a storage account. But in some cases, Azure has other services that data internally without you managing a storage account directly. For example, Azure SQL database. For the Azure SQL database and all, it's a store structured data in a managed database. So no storage account needed from your side. That Azure manages that. The next one is Azure Cosmos DB. You do not require a storage account. Then the virtual machine. Obviously, when you create a virtual machine and the disk is attached to that, you can store the data in that disk. For that, you do not require a storage account. So basically, when you require a storage account, when you are managing some unstructured data, queues, tables, data lake, and these kind of data, when you manage it, yes, a storage account is required. But when it comes to a structured data like SQL database, Cosmos DB, then the third one is virtual machine with a disk. In that, you do not require a storage account. Hold on. Before moving to anything else, if you have not subscribed my channel, I request you to please do subscribe and support me. If you like the video, please click on the like button. And if you have any questions or any improvement is required in my channel, please write it in my comment section. You are well aware how the YouTube algorithm works. It works on engagement. So if you like to support me, please do like, subscribe, and comment on my channel. Let's get into the Azure portal and create a storage account. Let's put some data on it. Let's access it from outside. Let's see all that right now. I'm in the Azure portal right now. In the Azure service itself, I can see storage account, or in the favorites, you may find storage account. If you cannot find that, go to the search bar and type for storage account. You could see that. Let me click on the storage account. There are a lot of things to understand about storage in Azure storage. In this video, we will more focus on blobs, and the coming videos we will discuss the other type of storage that Azure provides. All right, now let's create a storage account. I am going to create a storage account here. All right, let me select my resource group. I select email RG. Instead of that, let me create a separate resource group, because this is for storage account, so I do not want to mix up with the other resource group. So let me create a new resource group for the storage, Azure storage. I name it as, let me click on OK, and I name it storage account like test storage. No, lab, will write it like lab storage. Okay, you cannot have uppercase letters on the in the storage account name. Lab storage. The name must be unique across all existing storage account names in Azure. That means you should give a unique name for the storage account. It should not be there. It should not exist in Azure. Not only in our tenant, in all tenants, in the entire Azure. So you have to give some unique name here. So I type it like 2025. Let me see. Is there any storage account in the name of Lab Storage 2025? I think it is taken. Yeah, it is taken. Prefer storage type. Azure files. You have Azure files, tables and queues, and Azure Blob storage, or Azure Data Lake Storage Generation 1. I required Azure Blob storage now. I select that. So this storage account mainly for the Azure Blob storage. Now you have performance. So if you go for a premium, you get low latency. That means within seconds it will be accessible. It will be faster access to the data. As it is a lab environment, we do not require any faster access. So let's go with standard. Redundancy, again, you require geo redundancy, local redundancy, zone redundancy, and geo zone redundancy. You know the difference between all these. Local redundancy means you will have only basic protection against the server rack, driver failures. It's only recommended for the non-critical scenarios. Geo redundant means intermediate option failover capability in secondary region. You will have in the other region data center also. In the other region data center also, you will have a copy of that. Zone redundant, again, you will have intermediate option with protection against data center level failures. GeoZone will have include offering of both GRS and ZRS, recommended for critical data scenarios. So when you go up tiers, you will get more redundancy and more security for your data. It's a lab environment. We will go with local redundant. And again, when you select the higher redundant options, the cost also will vary accordingly. When you go for geo redundant control, cost will be very high. Local redundant will have very low cost. Let's go with that. Let me click on next. Access tier for the blob storage. How you want the access tier? Optimize for frequently accessed data and everyday usage scenarios. Then you have to select hot. You have 3 access tier for the blob storage. One is hot, cool, and cold. Hot means hot is suitable when you deal with everyday usage data. You want to access data frequently on daily basis. In such scenario, hot will be the best option. A cost also will be high for hot. When we move to cool, it's infrequently accessed data and backup scenarios. Once in a month you are accessing the data. Once in 2 months you are accessing your data. Then you can keep the access tier as cool. Then the third one, cold. This is like when you rarely access data. For we have a backup data of year 2020. So once in a while you may require that data. It's not always you require that data. Then you can keep it in cold storage. All right. So that is the difference between hot, cool, and cold. Let me click on next. Public network access, I enable that right now. But as it is a lab environment, I give it a public network access. Let it be there. This is all related to data protection and recovery. Enable soft delete for blobs. These are by default, these are ticked, which means enable soft delete for containers. There certain deletes container will be 7 days, it is recoverable. Here days retain deleted blobs will be 7 days. These are by default, it is there. If you do not require, you can remove the ticks. All right, I go with the default options. This is all related to the encryption method you required. By default, it is Microsoft managed keys, key. You have customer managed key, CSK option also is there. All right, let me move on next and review and create a storage account. Let me click on create now. All right, so our storage account has been created. Let me go to resources now. Now I could see the storage account right now here. All right, we have successfully created a storage account and we are in the overview of that storage account, which is lab storage 2025. We are in this particular resource group, location, subscription ID, disk state, and all the basic details about the storage account is there in the overview. If you come down about the data storage, you can store containers, file share data, queues, tables. All these 4 data can be stored in this particular storage account. In this video, let's discuss only about this containers, which is blob storage, some kind of unstructured data, like how we store some of our photos, videos, backup files. Those comes under, those you can put it in the container. So by default, there is a container which is automatically created when we create the storage account. Now what we will do, we will create another add container. The other 3 like file share, queues, and table we will discuss in the coming video. This video we will focus on container. Let me click on add container and create a new container right now. I name it as, so you cannot put a capital letter, uppercase letter, should be lowercase. All right, let me create a container now. I name it as photos. Let me click on create. Fine. Now I have created a container in the name of photos. Okay, let me click on the container. Here you can add directories or upload directly into the container. Let's create a directory here. Directory, I name it as 2025 photos. Okay, let me click on that. Now we have an option again for the upload the some pictures into it. Let me click on upload. Let me go to the browser. I do have few pictures here. Let me click on this and click on open. Azure blobs support 3 blobs type: block blobs, page blobs, and append blobs. Once blob has been created, its type cannot be changed. So what is the difference between block blob, page blob, and append blob? Let's see that. What is the difference between this? I am taking you to the Microsoft learning page where they are explaining about the block blobs, append blobs, and page blobs. It is detailedly given here. If you go through with that, it is not easy to understand. So what I can do, I have put it in a Word file which is easy for us to understand. So basically, blob storage has 3 types. First one, blobs, best for storing files like videos, documents, backup, etc. So let us select. In that purpose, you can select for blobs. When you best for virtual machine disk, random read write access, you can select page blobs. And the third one, append blobs, for best for logs where you always add data at the end. Blobs ball, this is the most common type of blobs. purpose is storing large files. You can upload 50,000 blocks. Big advantage is you can upload blocks in parallel, retry failed blocks, and then finalize them. Page blob, it is used for Azure Virtual Machine Disk, made for pages. You can read write specific page directly, good for random access. Maximum size is 8 TB, where in the blob you can have a total size of up to 190 TB. And the last one, append blob, storing logs or streaming data, where works like a notebook. You can see append blob works like a notebook. You can only add or append to the end, not modify, delete old data. Each block can be up to 4 MB. Maximum size is 195 GB only. So this information is given in this Microsoft Learning page. We have to select blob because we are just uploading a picture. Access tier, as you have all these options like hot, cool, cold, archive. Hot, if you are using frequently access data, you can select hot. Cool means less frequent data. Cold means rare data. Archive, you are archiving the data, rarest of rarest. In that way, that the access tier get changed. Let me select hot info. All right, let's go with that and upload it. It has uploaded to the container. This is the URL for this particular container. From the container, if you want to share these photos with somebody else, you have two options. One option is that changing the access level. It is private, no anonymous access by default. You can give anonymous read access for the container and blob. This is not at all recommended in the production environment, but when you are dealing with your lab environment and for that the personal purpose and all, if you use this, you can select this blob anonymous read access for blob only. You can select this first. When you select this, you get an message here. First, you will have to enable this in the storage account level. So what you have to do, you have to go back to the overview. First of all, this is not the recommended method. We will see the second method first, because that has higher priority, because that to be, you have to know that first, because anonymous method is not at all recommendable. For that, you have here you have generate SAS, which is shared access signature. Through some token, you will be you can create some URL, and through token only you will be able to view these photos, and the URL you can share with the end user and he will be able to view that. And here you have so many options here, like what permission to be given, like you give write permission to the container or delete permission to the container, read permission only to the container, so that you can decide when the start and expiry date, you can mention it here. Or if you want to specify to some particular IP address, you can do that here. So in that way you can share this. And the second option is nothing but anonymous, which we discussed. Change the access level from private to anonymous, which is not at all recommended. When you do, you cannot do it in the container level first. You will have to do that in the storage account level first. Here blob anonymous access, it is disabled by default. If it is your personal account or your lab environment, yes, you can enable this. Allow blob anonymous access, you can enable it and you can share it. So whoever is getting that URL, they can put it in the browser and access the data. All right, in last video we have discussed about Azure storage account and different type of data storage. About the blob storage, we have discussed about the container, how to upload the files to the container, and how you can share that with the other user. All that we have seen in our previous video. This video is mainly focusing on Azure file share. All right, in the Azure storage account, we had created Azure storage account in the last video. We have named it as Lab Storage 2025. When we click on that, under data storage, we could see container, and about the container and how to create a container and how to create directories and how to upload the files to that. All that we have already discussed. Now let us come to the second point, which is file share. I have already created a file share here. We will create one more file share and we will attach that to one particular VM, and we'll see all that. Before doing that practically, we should first understand what is file share in Azure. On behalf of this video, at the end of this video, I shall add certain questions related to file share that is part of AC 104 exam. So you can answer those questions at the end of this video. Anyway, first of all, let us understand what is file share. I have already created a PowerPoint here. Let us try to understand file share with the help of this PowerPoint. Azure File Share or Azure Files offers fully managed file shares in the cloud that are accessible via industry standard protocol like SMB protocol and some other protocol. Azure File Sync is a service that allows you to catch several Azure file shares on an on-premise Windows server or cloud virtual machine. We are well familiar with the file server in on-premise. We create a file server and all the files will be stored in that file server, and we give permission to certain folders to some particular team. Whoever is having permission will be able to access that particular folder. So this is the on-premise practice about the file server, about the files, about the folder access, folder sharing. But when it comes to Azure, Azure offers an Azure file share. So here in Azure file share, the data will be there in the cloud. Data is in the cloud. But in the case of file server, data is in on-premise. Here it is fully accessible. It is in the cloud. And through some protocol, we can map that to a virtual machine, even to a standalone server or any platform. It can be done in Windows, Mac, Linux, whatever platform. You can map that Azure file share to that particular VM, that particular machine. This is my server, Windows Server 2022. So in this Windows Server, I have attached the file share for us, the files Azure file share. I have mapped to this particular server, and I have created a folder here in the name of home. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create one more folder here, and I name it as like Office. The folder name called Office, that which we created in from the server. Here it is available here in the portal, like in the name of Office. Hope you got a basic idea about Azure file share. Now let us see why Azure Files is useful. That first benefit is that it replaces or supplement on-premise file server. It replaces or supplement on-premise file server. That is the first benefit of using Azure Files. Then the other one is something like consider global access. When we consider some kind global access, then Azure Files come in picture. Directly access file shares by using most operating systems such as Windows, Mac OS and Linux from anywhere in the world. That is advantage of Azure Files. So that is what meant by consider global access. Then comes consider lift and shift support. Lift and shift application to the cloud with Azure Files for the app that expect a file share to store file application or user data. So this is the another benefit of having Azure Files. Then the third one, consider using Azure File Sync. Replicate Azure file shares to Windows servers by using Azure File Sync. You can replicate that to the Windows server through some protocols. So that is the other benefit of Azure Files. Then consider shared applications. Store shared application settings such as configuration files in Azure Files. That is the other benefit of having Azure Files. And there comes the last one, consider diagnostic data. Use Azure Files to store diagnostic data such as logs, metrics and crash dumps in the shared locations. For that you can use Azure Files. So this is the advantage of, this is the benefit of using Azure Files. I think now it is clear why Azure Files is useful. Before we create Azure Files and go to the practical, let us just compare Azure Files with Azure Blob storage. Azure Files or file shares with Azure Blob storage. Azure Files provide SMB and NFS protocols, client libraries, and REST interface that allow access from anywhere to stored files. From anywhere, the stored files you can access through the help of these two protocols. And here Azure Blob storage provides client libraries and REST interface that allow unstructured data to be stored and access massive scale in blobs. Here in the we have discussed blobs or manage unstructured data. Alright, then the other difference is that file shares in Azure File share true directory objects. Here are flat namespace. Data Azure Files is accessed through file shares across multiple virtual machines. Here Blob data Azure storage is accessed through a container. Azure File Share is ideal for lift and shift application to the cloud that already use native file system APIs. Azure Blob Storage is ideal for applications that need to be support streaming and random access scenarios. This is a kind of comparison between Azure File Share and Azure Blob Storage. Also, alright, now what we can do, we can go to the Azure portal and create an Azure Files there, and we can attach that to a virtual machine. We can sync that to a virtual machine and see how it works. Alright, the Azure portal, I have searched for my storage account. My storage account is Lab Storage 2025. Inside Lab Storage 2025, I have under data storage, I have container and file share. Let us click on file share, that will land over here, and you could see a file share which I have already created in the name of file share for test. Now let me create one more file share here. For that I have to click on this plus symbol for the file share. Let me click on that. We have to name the file share here. I name it as Azure Video for File Share. Here you have to check for the, here now you have to select the access tier, hot, cool, and transaction optimized. What is the difference between all the three? It is clearly mentioned here. Hot means balanced storage and transaction pricing for workload that have good measure of both. Cool means most efficient storage pricing for storage intensive workload. Transaction optimized, lowest transaction cost pricing for transaction heavy workload that do not need low latency offered by premium file share, recommended while migrating data to Azure Files. So let us go with transaction optimized. Maximum capacity, it is 100 TB. Let me click on next. Here it has got some default backup policy, and the vault name, it has come default. We haven't created anything over here. You can create a new policy if you require for a backup policy, and backup frequency is daily at 7:30 p.m. UTC. This comes by default. I haven't created anything. If you want to customize that, you can do it over here. Next, review and create it. Let me click on create now. Now the file share has been created. Here you get the overview of that file share. It's in storage RG resource group. This is the location and the subscription ID is here. Share URL, it shows here. Redundancy is local redundant storage. This actually inherit from the storage account. If the storage account is locally redundant, so even the file share also everything will be locally redundant. Here you have the soft delete for 14 days, and the basic details about the file share is shows you over here. And if you click on the browse, there is no folder or nothing over here. You can create, if you want to create some directories, or you want to directly upload some files, you can do here. You can upload a picture or something even from the cloud. So what I am going to do, I'm going to upload this particular picture, Azure storage. All right. So the file is getting uploaded. We want to create another directory. You can add a directory here while clicking clicking over here. Yeah, this file got uploaded now. So if you refresh, you will be able to see that file here. Yeah, storage logo.png. That file is visible here. If you want to create some directory, you name it like picture. Let me click on OK. So a directory, a folder has been created. Inside this directory, if you want to upload something, you can upload it. All right. Now the next, if you want to change the tire here, you can change the tire, access tire. As we have seen, transaction optimized, hot, cool. So from the transaction optimized, you want to change to hot or cool, you can do it over here. And if you can set the quota here. Present quota, it is 1,02,400 GB. This is almost near to 100 TB, I believe. So that much quota it is available here. If you want to change that, you can. If you want to limit the quota, you can do that. Great. Now what we have to do, we have to connect this Azure file share with one virtual machine. Let us try to do that. So let me click on connect. Whatever drive letter you want, you can select it here. This time I select the drive letter W. Through some storage, you can do it through authentication method, Active Directory or Microsoft Entra, or storage account key. Let us go with the storage account key. It will give you a script. We will have to run this script in the virtual machine, in the PowerShell of that particular virtual machine. So let me copy this NDS script, Control C. Let me go back here and let me come to the C drive. So let me open a notepad and copy that particular script that we got from the portal. Notepad in the name of new file share.ps1. Let me save that. All right. So if I go back to the tools folder right now, we go to this PC C drive, tools folder. You could see a new file share file in PS1 format, in the PowerShell format, as a PowerShell script. So let me go to the Windows PowerShell, right click and run as administrator, click on yes. And here, let me go to that particular location, which is in C drive tools. So CD and CD tools. So I'm in the tools folder right now, and we have the file called new file share PowerScript. Let me run that now. All right, it is. So it has successfully added the file share. We connected the file share with the server. Running the script, the Azure video for file share, it is available here. It got whatever we have created, whatever directory we have created in the cloud, that is start appearing here, and even the photo that we uploaded, the picture which we uploaded from the cloud, that start appearing here. If you open that, you could see that particular picture. Now let us create a folder here from the on-premise, from the VM. I'm going to name it like video and keep it as it is. Let me, inside the video, I'm going to add a text file. Let that be there. Now let us go back to the portal and see whether these folder are appearing there in the cloud. Now, so let me go back, let me close this and refresh the page. Yeah, it starts showing the new directory in the name of video. If you click on that, you could see the text file which we created from the on-premise. So this is an overall about Azure file share. Then if you want to create an SMB file share, then you have to open the port 445. SMB communicate over TCP port 445. Make sure your port 445 is open. Also make sure your firewall is not blocking TCP port 445 from the client machine. What I suggest, you create the Azure, you create a storage account, create the file share, connect that to your VM, and try explore all the options that Microsoft offers related to file share. At the end of this video, I'm adding certain question that may appear for the AC104 exam. You can give the answer as a comment in this video. That's it. Bye. We'll meet in the other video. Till then, goodbye. Thank you for watching this video till module 3. Since the beginning of this video, we have learned from prerequisites for Azure Administrator to manage Azure storage. We have gone through with this particular syllabus. In the first module, we discussed about prerequisite for Azure Administrator, and we discussed about manage identities and governance in Azure. We have discussed about the virtual network for Azure Administrator, and then we have talk about implement and manage storage in Azure. And we have left out this module deploy and manage Azure compute resources, which is very basics, how we can create a virtual machine and all that stuff. So in this video, I have not included this particular module. And the last module which is left out is monitor and Azure backup Azure resources. I have already done a video related to Azure backup in my channel long back. There is no much changes that are related to Azure backup from the Azure side, from the Microsoft side. So I thought to include the same part which is already there in my channel. I have downloaded that again and added to our course. So we can watch the Azure backup part also. I'm adding that to this course. So thanks for watching again. Let's continue with Azure backup.
In a production environment, if you intend to use a virtual machine in a production purpose or some important purpose, it is obviously a bad idea to not to have a regular backup. There are a couple of ways to set up the backup. First one, while creating the VM, you can enable the backup. So let us see that first. So here I'm trying to create a virtual machine. I have provided all the basic details and move to the disk. Disk details is provided, networking management. So under management menu, if you come down here, you have an option to backup, enable backup. To guard your virtual machine against accident, deletion and corruption, we recommend that you configure backup on this virtual machine. So here you can enable the backup. If you click mark, you get all these details, like it itself create a recovery service vault, and we have standard and enhanced options. You could see standard option is disabled here. It is because as we have selected security type as trusted launch virtual machine, we could not select the standard one. We could not select the policy subtype as standard. We have to go with enhanced. So this is the first way where we can enable the backup. So the second method is post creation of an VM. We have already created a VM now. Post creating of the VM, in the left hand blade, if you come down, we have an option here like backup and disaster recovery. Let me click on this backup. Here also you can enable the backup. We have to create a recovery service vault. Recovery service vault holds a backup copies, and you can monitor backup using vault. Backup vault is a special type of storage account that contains virtual hard disk. So we can either create a new backup vault, or you can use the existing one. We do have an existing backup vault. So I'm going to create a new one here, and you can give any name, or you can go with the suggested name by Azure. It suggests the resource group. If you want to change the resource group, you can change it. And policy type, we have two here, enhanced and standard. Again, standard is disabled here because as this particular machine belongs to trusted launch Azure VM, we can use only enhanced policy type. And full backup every 4 hours, starting at 8 a.m. Instant restore, retain instant recovery snapshot for 7 days. Retain backup taken every day for 30 days. These are the default setup. If you want to make any changes, you can do that. You can edit this policy and you can make the changes here. So this is the second method of creating the backup. Now let's learn about the third method of taking the backup. Instead of taking the backup for one particular machine, let's learn how we can take the backup for multiple machines, or for the entire organization, or for the entire region. So to do that, we should create a recovery service vault. So if you go home and you can search it, or in my case, it's already available here in the Azure services. So I'm selecting the recovery service vault from here. And you could see I have created two service recovery service vault. So let me create a new one. I'm clicking on create button. It is asking me for the subscription and resource group. I'm adding it to the existing resource group, and we have to give a vault name here. Vault name I provided as AC backup lab 1, or okay, 1. Region region should be the same of your virtual machines region. So I keep it as West Europe. Redundancy, by default it will be geo redundant. You can keep it either zone redundant or locally redundant. In a production environment, it is good to keep geo redundant, as it is a lab environment. To save the cost, I keep it as locally redundant. Next, encryption and vault properties. You can, if you want to enable the immutability, you can enable it. Then goes to the networking. Allow public access from all network. In a production environment, this is not a recommended option. It is always deny public access and allow private access. And you have to provide the proper virtual network here, VNet here. But as it is a lab environment, I don't want to I don't want to attach any private VNet. I'm providing public access from all network. But I warn here, please don't allow public access from all the networks in a production environment. Then comes to tags and review and create it. All right. So it may take few minutes to complete this action. So let's wait for that. All right, our recovery service vault has been created. Now let's click on go to resources. So this is the particular recovery service vault, and we have an overview here. If you come down here, you have an option to backup. You can mention where is your workload running, either in Azure, or you have an option to run it in Azure Stack Hub, Stack HC, and on-premise. So on-premise, we will learn it in the another video. This is only for workloading and running in Azure. And what do you want to take backup, either the virtual machines or the Azure file share or the SQL server in Azure VM or SAP HANA in Azure VM. So you can select accordingly. So we are going to backup our virtual machine. Before doing this, let's create a backup policy. So under manage tab, we have backup policy. Let me click on that. And here you could see the policies that has been created by default and created by me. Let me create a new policy, backup policy. Let me click on add. So you can create a policy according to your requirement, according to your organization requirements. Let me click on Azure Virtual Machine policy type. Here we have two options like enhanced and standard. It is always good to go with enhanced option, and you have to provide a name for the policy name. I give the name as Azure Backup Lab 1. All right. So how you want to schedule your backup, hourly or on the daily basis or on the weekly basis? I do it for the daily basis. At what time you want to schedule it? I provide it at 2030, and here you can set the time zone. You can set your time zone according to your region. I keep it as default, and here you have that by default instant restore, retain instant recovery snapshot for 7 days, or you can the values between 1 to 30 you can provide it here. All right. So, and retention policy, backup point for a by default it is 180 days. You can change it accordingly. And here you have an option to retention of weekly backup point. You can mention it here. And retention for the monthly backup point is here. And retention for the yearly backup point also you could see here. You can mention it according to your organization requirements. So you can plan it before creating this policy. All right. So I have given only the basic details and I'm going to create a policy. So instead of daily, let me keep hourly backup, and every 4 hours, every 6 hours, every 8 hours. So I keep this as 8 hours. Again, what I say here, you will have to check with your team. When it comes to a production environment, you'll have to sit with a pen and paper, collect all the details from the consent team, and you have to plan it and create the policy. As it is a lab environment, I give it without giving much importance. All right, let me create one. So it is initialized and deployment is in progress. Okay, deployment succeeded. So now we go to the resources. So if you go to the backup policies, you could see the policy that we have created just now, which is Azure Backup Lab 1, and policy subtype is enhanced and policy for the Azure Virtual Machine. All right. And here under backup, if you go to the backup items, now there is no backup as of now. Now we are going to enable the backup. So under getting started, we have something called backup. Let me click on that. Configure the backup. Let me click on backup. So I'm configuring the backup for enhanced, and it has taken the backup policy which is just created now. So this is the one which we created. So I have selected that. So whatever we have mentioned in this particular policy is taken here every 8 hours starting 8:30 p.m. and all the details we have provided for this policy is highlighted here. Now we have to add the virtual machine. So let me click on add, and I do have 3 virtual machines. I'm going to take backup of this third one, Intune on-prem. All right, click OK. So it is validation is in progress and enable backup. So initializing the deployment. It may take some time. Let's wait. All right, the deployment is complete. Now go to resources. Now if you go to the backup items, you could see one Azure virtual machine is under backup. Let me click on Azure virtual machine, and it provides the details here like backup recheck is paused, and the last backup status is warning in an initial backup is pending. Here, if you want to initiate the backup now, you can click on backup now. So what it does, it will initiate a backup now. So I'm going to initiate a backup now instead of waiting till 10:30 p.m. Retain the backup till 7 so 1 month. That's what it shows. So click me OK. Triggering the backup for Intune on-prem. So the backup is initiating. Now if you check under backup jobs, you could see the backup is in progress. So it may take some time to get completed. Let's check how to restore a VM from the backup. Alright. So if your VM has got a virus or some other serious problem, then we can restore the VM from the backup. There are two options. Either to create a copy of the VM from the backup, that will be a copy of your existing VM, or you can replace the existing VM itself. So these two options are there to restore a VM from the backup. So in our last video, we had created a recovery service vault and we have configured the backup. We created the policy for the backup and we have configured the backup. If you check it in the backup items, we could see one Azure Virtual machine is backing up. So we are clicking on that particular machine. And you could see the backup pre-check passed and last backup status is success on today at this time. So latest restoration point we have today at 8:37 a.m. So this is our last restoration point. We can restore this particular VM from this particular restoration point. So let us see how to do that. To do that, let me click on this view details. And here we have an option to restore a VM. So let me do that. Now we have to select the restoration point. As the machine was shut down, we have some crash consistent points here. So we go with the 16.6.950 at this particular backup point, and let me click OK. Alright. So as I told you, we have a two restore configuration like create new or replace existing. I'm going with create a new restore configuration. Restore type, create a new virtual machine, and virtual machine name I give it as restore VM Intune on-prem. That's very long. We'll just mention it as restore VM. Subscription, that's fine. Resource group, I select the same resource group. If you want, you can create another resource group like restoration is RG, and you can move that particular VM to that resource group. So in my case, I just keep it in the same resource group. Virtual network, I added the same one. In a production environment, if it is affected by the virus, there is a chance it affected to 2 or 3 machines through virtual networks. So considering all that situation, plan it accordingly. Create a new virtual network, subnet, create a separate resource group, restore the VM from to a different virtual network, different resource group, different subnet. So that we'll have to plan it. In our case, I just want to show you how to restore a VM from the backup. Staging location, you can select the existing one and restore it. So it is validating. Let's wait. It may take some time to restore the VM from the backup. Meanwhile, we'll just go back to backup jobs and see what's happening out there. See, restoration has got completed successfully. It doesn't take much time. It just took 2 minutes 9 seconds to restore a VM from the backup. So if you click on the view details, we have all the details of that particular VM. So let's check in the resource group. We had added to the Joyroute. So we could see the new VM here. See, so this is the new VM. restore VM from, this is the name we had given to that particular VM that restored from the backup. All right. So if you go to the virtual machines, also you could see that new virtual machine here. Yeah, this is the new virtual machine that has just created. So this way we can restore a VM from the backup restoration point. Previous video we learned about how to take the Azure backup and how to restore a full VM from the Azure backup. We have learned all this in our previous video. In this particular video we learn about how to restore a particular file from the Azure VM backup. For example, if any file got deleted accidentally or a file got corrupted, in such scenario we want to restore that particular file from the Azure VM backup. We can do that through file recovery on from the Azure VM backup. For our better understanding, let us create a situation and practically do that. For example, I'm going to create a folder in the C drive here. I'm going to create a folder in the name of restore a folder. So we will be deleting this folder and we restore it post taking the backup. So in this folder I will copy these two files. Alright. Now what we will do, we will initiate a backup from the Azure portal, and post successful completion of this backup we will delete this folder and we'll try to restore this folder from the backup. So let's do that first. For that we go back to the Azure portal. We are in the Azure portal and we go to the recovery service vault, and this is the recovery service vault which we have created. Let me click on that. Let us go to the backup items and click on Azure Virtual Machine, and here if you click on view details we have an option to backup now. What we will do, we will initiate a backup now by clicking this backup now here. Retain backup till 1 month. Let's do that. Click on OK. So a backup has been initiated now. It may take some time. Check the progress. Let us go back to the recovery service vault and come down and check for the backup jobs. Here we could see it may take some time to get initiated. Let's wait for that. Yeah, now we could see that initiated backup is in progress. I will pause the video for the time being and we'll come back once this backup is over. Yes, the backup has got completed just now. It took a long time to complete this backup. It took almost 28 minutes to complete the backup. Alright, so what we will do, we will just go back to our virtual machine, and this is our particular folder, restore a folder. So this is that folder which we are going to delete it. So what I do, I am going to shift delete it. Are you sure you want to permanently delete this folder? Yes. Now what we'll do, we will try to restore this particular folder from the latest restoration point, which means the latest one which you have done just now. Alright, to do that we have to go back to our backup items, click on our Azure backup, and here we have an option here to file recovery. So let me click on the file recovery and let me select the restoration point. So the restoration point we select that is the latest one, which is just now was completed. So we will select this, click OK. Now what the next step is to download script to browse and recover files. This script will mount the disk from the selected recovery points as a local drive on the virtual machine when it runs. So I'm going to download the executable file. Your download will start within a minute. You will require this password to run the script. Alright, let it download it. Your script file is ready to download. Let me click on download. Alright, my file has been downloaded here. I'm going to right click and run as administrator. Okay. So it is asking please enter the password from the portal as it's a press enter. So the password is here. So copy the password and paste it here. Click enter. We detect a session already connected to the recovery point of the VM client 10. We need to unmount the volume before connecting the recovery VM infrastructure. Please enter Y to proceed or enter bot. Icon Y. Click double run. Waiting for the service. Microsoft SCSI initiator service. Yeah, connection succeed. Oh. So what happened, that particular file has been attached to my local machine. Here we could see that, and here we have the restore folder, not on the virtual machine. It has attached to my laptop. Here we could see as a E drive. We are going to copy this from here, copy, and we will paste it in our virtual desktop. Paste. All right. After restoring the file, we can unmount the disk. So we will see what happens when we click on unmount. We have to click on unmount disk. So unmount is in progress. Let me check here. The file drive is still here. Let's see when it get disappeared from here. Yeah, now it got disappeared, and unmount is in progress here. Yeah, unmount is successful now. We check it out in the PowerShell. There is no change in the PowerShell script. We check here. We could see that particular drive has got disappeared, and here we could see that mount was successful. All right, that's it. So I think I am clear to you. I have practically showed how we can recover a particular file or folder from our Azure VM backup. We learned about how to configure the backup report. I have already configured it so that I could show you each module with some data. But don't worry, I can show you each step to configure the backup report. So first of all, let us go to the recovery service vault. This is our particular recovery service vault which we have created. I'm selecting that. Let me minimize this. So here, if you come down under manage, we have backup report. So let me click on that. So if I select the log analytics, which I have already created, in the top we have some menus here like summary, backup instance, usage, jobs, policies, optimize, policy adherence, and email report. So let me click on summary. We get an overall summary about the Azure backup here. So key parameters by the backup solution is backup instance 1. That means only one virtual machine is taking the backup. We are backing up only one particular virtual machine. And the cloud storage, it is 23.98 GB. Job created, it is 16 job created, and it is giving an overall summary about our backup. Backup instance details is provided here. How many are protected, how many protection stopped, initial backup pending, updating protection, all those details are here. Fine. Usage, it will provide you the storage utilization report, like how much storage space has been utilized. As I have selected only the local redundant, it provides me the local redundant storage details. In the production environment, normally we select either zonal or geo redundant storage. So it provides the data related to that here about the usage tab. Then jobs, policies. While creating the report, we have created a policy and allocated that. So all that you could see in my first video. So it just shows which policy is working and all those details here. And email report, this is the one which I have to show you. It will provide you the backup report via Gmail. So how you can configure, I will show you in this particular video how you can configure the email report via ID. I have already done it here. So we will configure one more and I will show you that. So let's start from the very beginning. We'll get into the get started. So to get the backup report, the first step is to create the log analytic workspace. So let us create one. Create the log analytics workspace. You can go here and just search for log analytics. So it provides the log analytic workspace. I have already created one. You can create an extra one here by on clicking on create. Provide your subscription under which resource group you want this log analytic workspace. You can give it here. You name it region, next tag it and review and create. So in this way you can create the log analytic workspace. So this is the first step to configure the backup report. So you can do it. As you can see in my log analytic workspace, I have already created one in the name of for backup report, and you could see the data here. So this is the way how you can create the log analytic workspace. After creating the log analytic workspace, let's go back to the recovery service vault. Let me select my particular recovery service vault. Under monitoring, you have diagnostics settings. You can select this and you can add a diagnosis settings. So I have already added here. What you can do, you can add one more. And if you are if you want only the backup report, you have to select core, add-on, and till here. Site recovery jobs and all these details are not required. Health you can take it. Send to where you have to send these details, send to log analytics workspace. So here it provides some details. You need to create a separate diagnosis setting for Azure backup or an Azure site recovery, even to prevent potential data loss. So you cannot select all these tabs here. You need to create a separate diagnosis settings for Azure backup and Azure site recovery events to prevent potential data loss. Keep that in mind while creating it, and just give a name here and save it. So you could see I have already created one and saved it that in the name of backup report diagnostic. If you go to the edit setting, you could see what all things I have selected here. The first one is not required. All these are required, and Azure site recovery you'll have to create separately because due to prevent the potential of data loss. All right. So this is the second step. Now, if you come back and backup report, you can select your particular log analytic workspace here, and it will start showing the data. So it will start showing the data here. All right. Here you can select the subscription. I have selected all, and select the workspace like log analytic workspace. So I have selected the one. And time range, you can select it for 14 days, 28 days, 30 days, 60 days, and you can customize it. And you can backup solution, subscription name. So all those details are provided here. And according to this, you will start getting the data here. So anyway, we are getting all this data here. Now the next step, what we have to do it, email report. So let me click on email report. Here we have to configure. See, our manager or our client will be asking us to provide the backup report either on weekly or monthly basis. So to provide the backup report, we can automate the backup report via email. So we can, instead of manually taking this report and sending to the customer, what you can do, you can email them, you can automate it through email report. So let's see how we can do that. For that, you have to create a new task. I have already created one and it is working fine. So we will create a new task here, and I'm giving the name as backup task 2. No, backup report 2. And task subscription, let me select the subscription here. Task resource group, let me select the proper resource group. Location, mine it is West Europe. So where is West Europe? Yeah. All right. So email frequency, how you required. You want it on daily basis or in the monthly basis or weekly basis. So Customer, most probably they will be asking on monthly basis or weekly basis. So you can set it accordingly. So let this be on weekly basis. Email ID, let me provide my personal email ID. In production environment, we officially give you can give the customer email ID here, or you can give your own mail ID and you can forward that mail to the customer, whatever. So as it's a test environment, I'm providing my personal mail ID is jojopol.t at. All right. Email subject, I keep it as backup report weekly. That's fine. Now it says some authorized connection is required. So I'm going to submit this. Let me submit this. So it says that you will have to deploy a logic app template first. All right. So in order to configure the email report, you'll have to deploy a logic app template. So once if you confirm it, system itself will create the logic app and all the settings will be done by the system itself by default. But why we require this logic app? We need logic app for the Office 365 API integration. For the Office 365 API integration, we required the logic app. So only through the logic app, the email will be triggered to your organization mail ID. So the only thing what you have to do, you have to confirm it. So system itself will deploy the logic app. And after creating the logic, after system deploying the logic app, the last step is to provide the authentication. You'll have to provide the authentication from your side to trigger the email. So I will just show you that. So here you'll have to confirm it. As I have already done all these steps, I'm just canceling this and I'm going directly back to the logic app. Here you could see this is the logic app that has been created by default while I configured that. So I'm clicking on that. If you go back to the overview, by default, if you check the overview, it will be failed as the authentication was not success. It will always show failed. Run history will be failed as it has to be API connection authentication is required to that. So what you'll have to do, you have to come under development tool and the API connection, and you have to select West Europe to your Office 365 as this is your as West Europe is my region. It shows as West Europe to Office 365. Select this and yeah, here they will ask you to authorize it. API connection, it will ask you to authorize. So here if you click it, it will ask for your credentials, and so when you click it, it asks for your credentials and MFA. So you provide those details and authorize it. So it's after that it will start triggering the mail. So this is the way how you can configure the backup report and generate email report.
Thank you for watching the complete AZ104 tutorial series. I insist again to please subscribe and support me. If you have any comments, any suggestions, please mark it in the comment section. And if in case if you found it is helpful to you, please share with your friends. And anybody is looking for one-to-one training classes, I shall put my WhatsApp number in the description or in the comment. You can reach me. And in regards to this, even if you have any help you required or any questions you have, you can text me in that WhatsApp. I can support you. Apart from that, if you really want to have a one-to-one classes, online classes, I can arrange that. Please send me a message in the WhatsApp. So once again, thank you for watching this complete AZ102 tutorial series. Goodbye.